Hello, hello, hello. Dude, Kurt, oh my God, did you know Fetch with Rough Men is now 20 years freaking old? Oh, shoot, an ad's like started. Oops, terrible, terrible ad McPlacement yawn there. Whoa. Oh man. Oh, don't worry, it's gonna end in like a hot minute. So we'll just be patient. It's 7, then there was a 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Yay. Okay. Yay. Welcome back. Or whoever is in lurking. Hi. Yeah, anyway, Courage to Count. Patrick Ruffman is 20 years old today. And I'm super excited for that. I'm so excited. Because that was one of my childhood shows. So I'm just gonna be talking so much about that show, if anything. You have no idea the joy that show has given me. So let me get my music on. Let's get the music on. Let's get the jams. What are you playing? Ooh, hot milk. Hell yeah. Ooh, it's a ooh, that's a weird audio thingy. Hold on. Hold on. Something's up with the music. Where's audio music? Actually we'll just stick with the regular playlist song. My computer's having some weird problems and I had to like make sure there's no other stuff. So we're gonna have to go back in the good old ye old future funk again. More ye old good old future funk stuff again. The non-copyrighted ones. Let me get my playlist thingy back up for that one specifically. Just for today. Just for today. I know we always like I listen to other stuff, but today we'll just stick with the playlists. There we go. Let's now go to art screen. Is me there? Oh no, me is not there. Where is me? Where is me? Oh my God, everything is like, what the frick? Where is me? Come out. Where is am I? Come on. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay, now we can start. Hello. Or it is good time zones, everyone. I hope everyone's super swell. We're just doing some art right now. Or by that, we're finishing up the art. It's Friday to some. To me, it is my second day for me relaxing. So I'm taking this full advantage to just like straight up relax a little bit. Have My family's out. My brother went to work and my mom's just getting her hair, so I am taking the time to full on relax and get my legs relaxing. And oh man, I am satisfied beyond belief. My legs are 10 times better than they were like 48 hours ago. Uh and today we're gonna finish it up. I'm pretty sure I put in the title just the coloring, but we still technically have to finish like the lining phasing of this because I completely forgot I have to like organize the overlays and layouts of all of them. So we're gonna have to like do that, which is my favorite and least favorite part. Just organizing basically every placement ever. So we're just gonna have to go this like line by line. So there was the body, there's the face goes on the bottom. And yes, I do this like every time. So it's gonna be a little tedious. Oh shoot. Hopefully it won't be that bad. But yeah, we're just gonna finish the final little last batch of the VTuber art. And by that proxy, we'll post it. I'll post the thing um tonight and or in the morning. There's like two ways for me to go. We'll either post this thing tonight or in the morning because I have to get like a time lapse up and ready and I have to figure like a perfect song. So it'll take a bit. It'll take a bit. We're going backwards. But surely we'll hopefully at least get this done like in an hour. So I have a slight confidence in that. Okay, and this is the part we have to make sure we're hella accurate as much as we can, and just make sure everything is like correct. But yeah, happy Friday to everyone, or Saturday, because time zones are a thing. I hope everyone's doing super well. I'm doing super well, if anything. So I'm just more so relaxing if everything else. So I'm just kind of like just casually just taking care for now, if anything. Uh, ooh. Also, oh yeah, I wanted to mention today is the anniversary of it's 20 Fetch with Rough Man is now 20 years old. The show that has morphed my child freaking hood. And I mean that in like the best way possible. It has like changed me. If you don't know Fetch with Rough Men, you are living under a rock, my friend. But if you don't know, to summarize, it's a show I talk extensively about the show a lot on here. But to catch up, it's a show primarily about the host, Ruffman, who is basically he's the only dog who he's a dog who wants to run his own TV show program and be a host show, but humans can't humans don't like it. So he got a contract with PBS, and they realized that a dog is running the one hosting the show. And so he gets 6 kids to participate in said show, and they're all able to learn science, they're learning like nature and things like that, and they earn like points. It's like a cute little game show with a sick premise. And I, for the longest time, always wanted to be on that show because I thought it would be super cool to be part of like the Fetch like program and be like, because I was curious if anything. I love science. I did not mind getting my hand dirty and everything. It looked so cool to like join and everything. And then sadly, it got canceled at like season 6, or no, season 5. And the sucky part is they already had the contestants for the 6th season, but it was just canned out immediately. I mean, the show has some sort of like revival again once after with I think TikTok and with Ruff having like some phases. There was the whole phase in like 2020 of when COVID hit around, which was the Rough Man humble medium genius era, where he just kind of taught internet safety, which is kind of good, and kind of get that classic Fetch with Rough Man vibe. And then you had the second like internet phase where it was just an actual internet show of him and another cat, which I don't know his name, which I don't know her name, but it was supposed to literally just be another cat, which is not Blossom, who was just basically talking about the power of the AI in this and everything, and that kind of just ruined everything for me. Like once I heard that little tidbit, I was like, "Who is this? Why is this? No, you're not supposed to be here, you scary lady." But it was a very like weird area limbo, but it's nice seeing it's making its every now and then rounds upon the internet and so. But I am like always a diehard courage fetch with rough man. Sorry, I keep saying courage and I meant to keep saying fetch because I was just watching the death I was rewatching a death battle of him versus Scooby Doo again. So my mind keeps just jumping back onto that like again. But where is the yes. I really, really like the show like so much. It's one of like the greatest like during that era of PBS kids shows for like older kids, but not fully older kids. Like a 10 out of 10 satisfaction, like would love to like brain scratcher teaser again. And at some point the show then slowly had a lore, like it slowly had a lore within like the family and everything, and how like at some point the entire world was going to be soon controlled by cats and everything. And my god, the family drama within these rough men's and everything is like it scares me. It scares me a tad bit, but I still love it. Oop. Yeah, I was just rewatching Courage the Cowardly Dog versus Scooby Doo Death Battle again. It makes me just feel like I really freaking love toon battles so much, man. Like toon fights, they hit hard. Like if done right. I watched this is I guess I know it's like a couple weeks like past, but recent toon battle was Gru versus Megamind, Despicable Me Megamind. And I have to say, my actual honest opinion, I don't personally like the fight. I don't know, I like the fight. I mean, I'm gonna take one thing out the way. The animation is not the problem. It was just, what are you gonna get? It was running with a time with limited resources and everything, and people are just like, "Oh, why don't you have the other thing?" And I'm sitting like, there's a reason why they don't have enough resources to do the thing. So I'm just like, they don't have it. Guru was fun. I didn't. The voice actors were kind of good, so I really liked it. It was cool, but it's very funny how and I knew who was gonna win immediately. I'm not gonna say it for spoiler reasons, obviously, but it's very funny how because of one media from one of the shows, it did legit change the whole premise of the victor. Like it literally changed their premise of who would win. And it's very funny, but it really sucks. So I'm just like, oh no, I can't. Oh man, I mean, I knew it was gonna happen. I just knew it was gonna happen. But still, it's very funny how it was the only reason. If you're wondering which one and why, I won't explain, but just watch the darn episode. I'm more excited for the next time, which is what was it? What was it? It's JJK versus Chainsaw Man, which is frick, I can't remember his name. And I was just watching a summary video. Ah, no, I can't remember his name now. Ah, man, can't remember his name. Frick. It's Denji versus frick, and I'm literally going to sprawl my head. I'm really gonna sprawl my head. Oh my god. It's not my mind keeps going to like, it's Midoriya. No, I was like, that's a completely wrong franchise, sir. That is not the same guy. Like, straight up. Oh my god. Itadori! I was like, my mind was like struggling to say Itadori. Oh my god. But yeah, it's Itadori versus Denji, from Chainsaw Man. And so I'm kind of excited for this. At the same time, I I feel like, and the battle's coming out on the 31st, which is like in less than 24-hour days. So I don't know who's gonna win, but I have a feeling, and I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna lock it in. I'm putting it in immediately. I'm like locking it in immediately. I think Itadori might actually win this, and I think I have a feeling Itadori might win. I feel like he might have this in the bag from someone who has barely had the chance to watch a lot of JJK and Chainsaw and only has somehow watched like the abridged and a couple of like character deep dive analysis. I'm putting a lock and key final answer for him. I don't know, something about it feels more thematical sense. And this isn't the last time we had a JJK versus Chainsaw Man death. The last one was Gojo versus Makima from Death Battle, and everyone knew that Gojo was going to win. Heck, I didn't know anything about the series, and I somehow knew Gojo was going to win, just from that premise alone that they were given to us. All right, I can't wait to see how it plays out. Honestly, I really hope that the next fight will be Columbo versus Light Yagami, just for the sake, or another Toonie, or Sailor Moon versus Sailor Moon versus Madoka Magica battle or something. Like I don't know what, but I don't know what, but it'd be super cool. Oops. Oops. But yeah, today we're gonna have a chill Friday. We're gonna just do some simple. We're gonna finish up this drawing, and I have confidence that I say this, and then somehow someone's gonna pop in immediately, and be like, "Oh, hey, kid, how's it going?" I'm like, I'm having confidence. None of the people here are gonna see. GT, sup, GT? How are you? I was just confidently just yeah, like oh, nothing much. You just caught me just proclaiming myself that none of the I me having the doubt that none of the four people who I'm drawing they're gonna see this. Like I have full confidence. I have full confidence. Don't tag them. Don't tag them. Don't tag them. But yeah, we're just drawing the two. I I have confidence. I'm too much of a coward to tag them in the title, so I'm like, what are the chances? What are the chances they're ever gonna see this? What are the chances they're gonna come specifically for this stream and just be like, "Ooh, this is interesting." But how are you, GT? I saw you a while playing Uno with Nina, and I saw you was she was kicking your butt. I'm glad I caught you in the middle of you just yourself. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, hun. You be surprised. That's 99% what I do. But even before streaming, I talk to myself like a lot in a not in a crazy way, but like when I was super young, I wanted to be a voice actor, if you will, but I just didn't know the where the hell's the layer for this? And I always I read a bunch of stories and comics growing up, specifically like movie rewatch. I am a diehard movie rewatcher, so much so that I will recreate a scene play by play and recreate the entirety of the playing once again, like from scratch in memory, like musicals, all that stuff. So my biggest one I remember was me recreating when I was like 10, no, 11, no, 10. I I was very into the Care Bears, specifically the 80s version of it, and so I always I had my stuffed bear, a couple of Barbies, my Hello Kitty like little little piggy bank, and I recreated the story from front to back. Thank her for planning on watching that tonight. I've already seen it, but she has it. Ooh, lungs filter. That's nice. Oh yeah, and Ireland's out. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, good news. Ireland is now out on the YouTube for us people to freely watch. Oh my god, we should do I should do like a watch-a-thon with watching. Wait, no, I don't know if I should. Just like a movie reacting to us watching Ireland in the thing. But I cannot wait. But yeah, everyone go watch Ireland. It's super good. It's an amazing film. Great film, honestly. 10 out of 10. I would watch it with my family, but I know my stance with my family is the fact that my mom hates horror. So my kid never ever watch that. But yeah, I cannot wait to now watch it. I think I have to pay for it still, but okay, there it is. So where is the green? There's the green. Yeah, it just really shows. And the back rooms. Also, the back rooms came out, I think, no, yesterday? Like, they came out already a couple days ago. So, yeah, I haven't seen it yet, so I don't want to get spoiled. But from what I'm seeing from the reactions from the people while I was working at the store, they were already telling me how great the movie was. So I'm like, oh, cool, nice. But some people already on the internet are like, this movie is not what I expect it to be. This is not the back film movies or whatever. It came out today. I guess, no, I think it's because it came out technically today, but some people already had like some early viewing of the film. So they're able to see all the good stuff of it. So it's like a mixture of both. from what I've seen, the ones from works who had that legit early screening, they were already like, yeah, this movie is kind of awesome. It was super cool. I like the settings and all that stuff. So it was kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't know if that means the people on the internet who did see it already were like, I'm not gonna give spoils, but this is not what I expected when it came to like a backrooms film. So I'm like, The Session was also made by YouTube. Really? Really? Obsession was made by another YouTuber? What in the Renaissance? This is the second film that we have with like a YouTuber who made it? That's sick. I've heard a lot of people talking about Obsession and a lot of people who were like, yeah, I've seen the movie like twice. And so my opinion of the film is like, I know it's gonna be a great film. I know it's gonna be a great film. I both love and hate those types of like genres of like a yandere. I told like a bunch of people like I've been chronologically online enough to know the difference of like having a person being obsessed with you. It's not a good thing. Oh, the music's too loud. Oops. Sorry. Is that better? My OBS was having some weird ass trouble. Uh, much better. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to blast y'all eardrums. Sorry, I didn't mean to like make you go deaf. But a lot of people were like saying how, oh man, Obsession's like really, really good. And I'm like, I know it's good. And people are like, man, it's really opening up a third eye. And when it comes to like, you really shouldn't have people, be all over you. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I was like vibing. I was like, I can't hear the vibes are too Mayday, Mayday! The vibes! Colonel, the vibes! They're overtly too strong! We gotta get the vibes situated, boss! Yeah, my little thingy has been having some weird problems, so apologies for that. But I've saw people are like, oh man, Obsession's like a really great film. And I don't want my it made me understand like the value when it comes to people liking you way too much could be like a dangerous thing. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, obviously. I've seen like so many cartoons that literally is that Miss Mira? Yes, it is Miss Mira. Wait, hold on, I gotta get all the things up right there. Yeah, this is oh wait, I don't think you actually know who I was drawing. Hold on, let me actually scoot back. Here are the people who are technically are drawing. We're just doing the lining phase. So blup blup blup. Yeah. So we're drawing too far, too zoomed. So too zoomed. Okay, so we're drawing wait, his name's not even showing up. All right, so we're drawing Adagio, we're drawing Mira, we're drawing Tehungi, uh, and we're drawing Myoji-kun. We're drawing Mio. And yeah, this is Mira. We're drawing them for my 25th post of my Vtuber lineup. Coincidentally, I've drawn them all, but this is just my first time just specifically drawing them up in this lineup in a way. I think if you look back on like my old posts on Twitter, I think I've drawn them all before. I just never drawn them like this. But yeah. And we're gonna try and get them done. We're gonna try and line them and color them up before night. Yeah. Looking good. Thank you. I have a list of like so many more left over. GT, you're on the list too. Don't worry. You're gonna be drawn too, buddy. That sounded like a threat. Wait. Wait, I mean, I'm gonna draw at some point on the wheel when it picks you, you will be drawn. Me? Yes, you! Cause you're a VTuber. And a Poon YouTuber. So the count, I'm honored. Yeah. You're on my wheel, I'm pretty sure. Just let it be known that if I randomly just DM you one day and be like, hey, do you have a reference? I need it. Gimme. You'll be no. You'll be fully aware. I do be a VTuber. Yeah. We do all VTubers. We do the PNGs. We do the 3Ds. We did the 2Ds. We do the oh wait, I forgot this is not a vector layer. That's why they're erasing almost everything. Whoa. We're doing all the VTubers. Why? Because I think I have like way more indie VTubers than I think I have regular corporates. In the sense. But yeah, hopefully I'm gonna try and get this drawing done tonight, and I'll post it in the no, for real. Do you have any idea? Do you know how originally how long this list was? I think it was like in the range of like 200 kinda. And that was including um TikTok as well into the mix. I had like way too many people, and I had to like I actually gave myself some ground rules when it came to this so I don't like actually like keel over and like somehow die. And so I gave myself well not official rules, but they kind of like flux at some point. But here are my golden standards is one, you have to be a VTuber. Like I don't care. If you're a V2 a PNG tuber, a 2D live, like a 3D, like unless you claim yourself as a VTuber somewhere on your bio or any social platform, I will draw you. Two, what was the second rule? The second rule was you I have to at least be watching you enough to be like, yeah, yeah, I'll draw you. Like on any platform. So like as long as they were just on Twitch, on YouTube, TikTok, I was at least as long as I'm watching their content and being like enjoying it, I'm down with it. I can't just be following like a VTuber who's just a Twitter main and that's it because it's not gonna help. My third rule was what was my third rule? Like I'm trying to remember like half my rules. My third rule was a reference sheet is just needed, or at least some sort of a body form, because I cannot draw. Not, I need a reference to draw. If there's no reference to draw, that I physically can't draw you because that will suck for me because I want to draw y'all and I won't be able. I won't have if I don't have a pretty reference. How am I gonna make y'all look good, or at least some image of a standalone or something? That's not the line. That's the line. I think my fourth one was what was my fourth one? I'm trying to remember my fourth. Oh, I don't draw if there is a debut. Yeah, that's my little golden. Yeah. So if you're having like a debut and you're like updating from like a 1.0 to a 2.0, I won't include it. Or if you're upgrading like a model, I won't include it because it will kind of like I don't want to draw your old stuff. I want to draw you the new one. I want to draw the new things and all that. And then it happened accidentally. I think in post 7, I was drawing the Doki Bird, and I had no idea that they were having a debut. Like they were updating like their model and everything. And I posted on I was out the country during this time too. So when I posted that, their trailer and teaser for like their debut and posted everything. So I was like, shoot. I didn't even realize I had like a model change and everything. So I kind of like I backed out away from that immediately. So I was like, I made a rule like if you're having a debut, I messed up the lining somewhere here. Yeah, if you're having like a debut somewhere, I won't draw because I want to at least draw like the newer form. So there's a lot of like people who are on the list who are technically debuting with like a newer something, and so I have to just wait patiently for after, or after at least until they're done, so I can be like, please free me. I want to draw you so badly. And the slash, I don't draw unless they need a Twitter at the very least. I need a one of the things is I tag a lot of them, and I'm a very shy person with tagging, and I want to at least I know Twitter's like the biggest hot spot for like VTubers because come on, there's like they're everywhere. So we don't draw. I post at the very least on Twitter, so all these are Twitter exclusives. I mean, some of them do make my way to like my other websites and everything, but they are mainly for the Twitter at the very least. But if they don't have like a Twitter, then I won't be able to do it. And there's like 1,000 other rules that I've placed it, but I've honestly at this point just slowly broke apart them all because of how much it was like straining onto me. So I'm just like, whatever. But honestly, this list will be complete. I will assure you. This list will either be complete by the time A, I get all of them done, and or B, I at some point just give up. which hasn't happened yet. I've just been on hiatus, but I have not been at the point where I'm like, I'm tired, I'm done, I'm never doing this ever again. It has not hit that yet stride, thankfully. Yeah, we're just doing like the lining phase right now. Oh yeah, I was talking earlier. I was oh yeah, I was talking about watching Courage the Cowardly Dog versus Scooby Doo. I was just rewatching another death battle because it made me one nostalgic because that fight's 2 years freaking old. Which is crazy to think. It felt like it was like yesterday when it came out. But I digress. I was just rewatching it and it made me realize like I want more toon fights in Death Battle. Like I want more slapsticky types of battle fights. And it made me think, what will my character I don't think my character is a fighter at the very least. I know originally they were supposed to be because weird different like fantasy vibe, but now I'm more cartoony. So what kind of like slapstick would I be able to endure? A and B, am I gonna be able to tank it? Somewhat says I think a 50-50 at best. I have like a good 75% chance that I could tank almost a lot of the fight and battles at the very least. I could pretty much almost take it because I have I have cartoon logic, and that's the only thing. I know the only thing that can kill a toon is like the I know apparently an anti-toon ray gun, which thankfully no one has come close to using that yet. But at the very least, there's some ways to. I know there's a way to kill a toon fully, maybe not, but still, that is it's pretty close. Oh yeah, Obsession. I want to talk about Obsession. Okay, so I was watching. So a lot of people are Obsession is a film that everyone's already kind of talking about, but my opinion is the fact that how people are like, oh man, I understand now the people when they say like they don't want a partner who's like always weighing hand, foot, and weight with them all the time. That's like a terrible thing. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Have you not seen any like I'm on the internet enough to know that I've seen the contents of those types of people. I've watched a couple of well not a couple. What's the yandere? It's like 1,000 yandere animes. I was gonna like immediately point out and be like, yes, this one. But no, I remember I was like watching uh I was gonna say like there's like so many cartoons that literally have this exact premise of what happens when you somehow have like a partner who overly like loves yourself, but not the point of like an actual lovey-dovey, but a straight up like obsession. Like every cartoon has that one episode where you have character A who was like, man, character B is always taking care of everyone else's needs, but not my needs. I want them to figure out my needs and everything. And so character A is like, I know, I'm gonna go to a witch doctor or a potion maker or a third option or something. And I'm gonna ask them if they can make me a spell in order to have them be always obsessed with me. And then they go over there and the spell kind of works and they're immediately like, oh my goodness gracious, I can't believe it works. They're now over head over heels with me. This is awesome. And then they slowly over the course end up like the character B ends up like becoming more and more obsessed with them to the point where character A was like, "Oh man, maybe I don't like this thing at all. Maybe they're a little too much for me. Maybe I don't think I want to obsess his partner." And then at some point, obsess his partner somehow gets whatever spell or something affects the whole town because of course. And now everyone's like head over heels, and and now the person's like, "Listen," or like, "Hey, witch doctor or spellcaster or the thing that gave me like the spelling in order to do the thing. Is there a way you can help me?" And the person was just like, look, I told you the thing. If you don't do this, X, Y, and Z, they're gonna be possessed with you forever, and you can never escape from them. And they're just like, what do I do? And then they end up like they figured out whatever secret MacGuffin is to the thing, and they're like, now I understand the real value of having time because I don't want you to. I understand now the real value and having a lot of time to having one thing is cool, but having too much obsession is not cool for me. And then everyone like high fives and claps their hands and roll credits. It's the same premise. I've seen too many episodes like that. And by that, a lot of zombie-based episodes, because a lot of a lot of zombie-based ones are like in tied with the whole in with the whole thingy. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, I cannot wait to watch Obsession because apparently it's a new actress. So honestly, from what I've seen from people who watched it, they're like, "Oh yeah, she's doing really great actually. For her first major role, she's doing awesome." So I'm kind of like, "Ooh, yay." I hope that like means like we're having like more updates and like actors and such, and not all of them are gonna have to be always Hollywood elites every time because I'm a little tired of always having, like A-list actors always being the one casted. Oh, also, okay. So chat, I have a surprise. This my I was messing around. I was, let's say, messing around with a couple of things last night, or by that I mean today, and I figured out I got myself I might be starting my singing arc. I mean, not really. I'm not gonna be like a full-on V singer or everything. I don't have the pipes. But I was messing around with cakewalk. Okay, so I think I mentioned it before, but a while ago I messaged Mio. I just went to his DM and I was like, hey, do you know any cool programs to help like sing? Because I want to do like a good singing. And then he and me was like, oh my god, I thought you never'd ask. And so he gave me all the lists, but the one he suggested was Cakewalk, which I have on my program phone right now, or on my laptop right now. It was a very simple program that is, funny enough, connected to um it's connected to BandLab, which is a program that I did use, which is how I made my cover for my poorly a shit cover of of what was it? September by Earth, Wind and Fire. And I thought it was good, but I want to do a lot more better. I want to be like the cool kids. And so he took me like a mini abridged step-by-step tutorial about the whole program and was basically like, all right, now that you know what to do, you think you're able to do it? I'm like, kinda. It's like, great, good luck. And so I kind of am like, I went out my own and I was messing around with the program a bit. And I have to say, it is still hard enough, but the recording function worked well. So I did a method where I recorded my audio on my phone to a song karaoke, and then I imported it to the program to like tween it, tease it, like tweak it out, make sure it's like proper, all that good stuff, and making sure it's not like all bad or whatever. And then I used that. I then used BandLab to, let's say, import the to import said the song into the programs and everything. And I was able to like master it. So now I went back and forth between BandLabs and Cakewalk to make sure I got the program all workable and getting the song pitch right. And then I had to go on my phone to then do the autoing bit because, of course, and lo and behold, it works. I was able to get it to work. I was able to make the song, and I have to say, I think this is the first time I did like a proper cover. And the thing is, I sang another cover before. I forgot to post on my other socials, but I might in a bit. But I had a cover for I did a cover like a mini something song cover for when the March sing along thing happened. So that was the one time I sang like a cover for it, which was to the Candyman, from Sammy, and that was the one time I was like, I'm gonna sing a cover, and just specifically for that day, I almost was gonna sing Tequila. Like that was literally my joke, because I was like, I do not have the pipes to sing that song. So I was like, I was gonna joke and sing like Tequila, and I doubly realized like, maybe not. I actually want to put some slight effort to it and be like, it's not bad. And lo and behold, it wasn't bad. I mean, at least in my own standards, I still have to like figure out like editing and everything and such. But besides that, it wasn't bad. It was kind of decent. I'm not gonna lie. It was kind of decent. Not gonna lie. But I did really like the cover. So if you're wondering what cover I'm gonna be potentially singing for, which I have to just get a bunch of other small things tweaked because I I had to freaking Google Drive, and submitting audio was like taking like a hassle for me. So I'm like, if I don't know what the next little song bit segment would be, I will I will tell you this. It's a slower song because I can't sing fast. I've come to the realization I cannot I can't sing fast. It's not in my and I'm not saying I can sing fast. I can do on some chords, but with the songs I was trying to cover for a first cover, I was gonna take multiple tries, and so I want to ease myself with the program and everything. So I wanted to like start off with a song that was way more. I think I have this on the wrong layer. Ah, shoot. Whoa. Whoa, that's not good, Scoobert. So I wanted to do a something that was like something a lot more simple for me to try and like understand. So it's a much more slower song. It's a slower song from my childhood that I remember. So I'm excited to sing it. And I had to like double check like how long, since I'm not doing the full song. I'm doing like a mini cover of it. So it's just literally the like the little like second verse of it, and that's it. I didn't want to go overboard with my stay, if anything. So I only did like the small section bit of it. So we're just gonna make sure we're gonna turn off the vector. We're gonna just bleh. Whatever we have somehow still intact, we'll just yeah, I want to do a slow song for my childhood. There was a couple of songs I was legit gonna do for my own childhood. I mean, they're not more of the popular ones, but they're the songs that like helped me like smoothly go to sleep in a sense. So yeah, they're good enough for me. Okay, and now with this one, we just gotta get rid of all whatever is the hair left. But I hope everyone else is super well. Hope everyone's having a nice, good Friday. It's almost the weekend. and that means we're semi-close to summer. That means in a couple days, we'll be officially in the summer territory. It will be, you know what that means? Beach episode. Everyone's having a good, grand old time in the water and getting wet and like soaking in the sun and and everything and all that good stuff. Like we're gonna have like we're gonna have a grand time. All right, now we have it. So the layer of the hair and the layer of the suit of the thing are all separate. All right, now we're gonna do another erasure. Deadass, I might be able to actually like complete this. This might be either the shorter stream. Well, no, I want to do a little mother drawing. I have to do a drawing of me singing, which will be I'm gonna do a thing called mini cover monthly, which is just I'm gonna sing a mini cover once a month. That's it. I don't I don't want to go too far, but it's gonna be like a mini cover a month. I'm not gonna stress everything, all that stuff. Well, also, I might play since summer's coming around. I want to do a couple of some summer games uh that I was seeing over a lot of people playing that I was have been suggested to play. For one, well, I want to play more of the Bontet Avedon game, the newest one that is like the bear and the frog. That one we gotta play. I also want to do oh, I saw a lot of people playing it, but I want to get my whack at trying Subnautica too. I know nothing about the game, and even if I'm watching like the game from other people's streamers, I am still visibly confused on what the hell's going on. But it looks pretty, and I like underwater-esque like games. So this might be one of those games where I might be like, it ain't bad. So if there somehow is a spoiler to it, I guess please don't tell me when we do inevitably play it, because we are gonna play it. But still, if I'm legit just stuck somewhere and I'm being like a dumbass, please tell me what I can do so I can progress the story. But let me be like a dumbass for like a couple minutes or so for y'all entertainment, and then I'll be like, okay, chat, help me. Actually, I saw someone who was like, all right, we're gonna like if you want to do like help me, you're gonna like give me 50k bits or something like that to like help like a tutorial or something to like it's only like one turn. So I'm like, ooh, that's like a lot of bits. That is very smart, but also very like funny. Like, you really want to help me? All right, you're gonna have to donate like this high amount of earned points in order for me to like do the stuff. And so I'm like, oh my goodness gracious. Maybe I should charge people. I'm like, nah, I'm not. I'm not. And I rarely play games that are like super puzzly based. I'm the more of the simple type. I like games that make me feel at least somewhat smart, or at least make me happy. But yeah, I was also watching a review for not Subnautica, Symbiotic Titan. And I have to say, real shame that show really got canned after like season one. I'm sitting here like, why? It was really good. The sucks thing is I've never seen the actual show. when it was like by the time I was watching more Cartoon Network, the show's like already offset the air for me. And like whatever late night reruns always gets on is always there. But it sucks heavy how good the show was. By the same guy who made Powerpuff Girls and everything. If you don't know, it's a show. I guess if I remember, I had to, I just watched the synopsis for like an an hour before stream, so I'm gotta like refresh. But it's a show basically where you have these four, these four people three people, two aliens and like a robot, and they're fleeing their home planet, and essentially they were trying to like get home, and they have to escape to Earth so that way they don't get like hurt or anything. And so they propose as like high school teens just going off the teen dramas and teen life. The show's ahead of the time, so I'll say that for certain. It's like very, very, very ahead of its time with like a lot of the actions, and you can clearly tell, you can see all of Gene Tavarsky's like work influence, like some influence you can see after for like the primal is and everything. And I'm just like, yeah, I see it. And it sucked how, because the show had like super low ratings at the time, no one was gonna be like ever take that show's like up for market and or for like merchandise. They were just like, nah, we can't. This show had like it's it's grass, so we're not gonna like we're never gonna get it picked up. Surprisingly, there was like almost like a pitch and revival for like in 2017, which I'd even heard about. But still, that kind of sucks how we don't know anything about it. And what's worse, it ends on a cliffhanger. So I already don't like those stuff. I hate cliffhangers. I have cliffhangers so much. Ah, it's one of my the freaking hate cliffhangers. I hate cliffhangers. They're the worst. It's worse when it's like it's not. I don't like it if it's listen like you have a good show and the cliffhanger you have is like super really good, and immediately you're like you'll never know what's gonna happen afterwards, or they always continue via comics, and you're just like you're gonna end the show like on that. You're like, oh no, but it continues on the comics and everything, so it kind of is not ending. But no, I want on the big screen. If you're not gonna show on the big television, then what's the point? What is the damn point? That's why I was like, I get the feel for Teen Titan fans who when they were upset how uh this show kind of ended on a somewhat cliffhanger. I mean, it continued in the comics, but my statement from earlier is like they technically had a cliffhanger. I mean, they continue on in like the story of the comics, but still they ended off like a cliffhanger. So people would love to see it all animated, but we'll never get to. Whoops. Nope. Where's the erase? There it is. There we go. Where is the other erase? So, no more vector. I might post the cover when like no one's watching. So I'll be like, I'm gonna sneak in this cover thing where no one's looking and make it seem like it flopped just for the sake. But then again, I might like post it in the morning just to be like, just to have like at least some people be aware. I just don't like self-promoting sometimes. That's about one thing. As much as I like people are like, no, talk about your game and everything, and I do talk about the thing, and I am happy with things. I'm just not the type to really self-promote things. I'm like, oh well, no, it's a little something something. It's not much. If anything. And it always feels like I want to. It's not like a bragging thing. I'm not bragging to anyone that I'm like, oh, I'm better because I don't. I know for like a 90%, I'm like garb and everything else. But I'm always like, I'm a slight of self-conscious a person. But when people are like, oh no, you do well. I motivate like my friends. My friends are like my biggest motivators in terms of like trying some things that I'm never like whatever thought to do in terms of like art and covers and or other things or like a third option. So I always am like I turn to like my friends as like my biggest inspos, whether it's just art, whether it's like singing a song or like other shit. Like I found inspiration. They're like my biggest like that's why I call them my Oshis and everything. So I give my all my supports to them to make me like thanks for kind of making me become who I am and also pushing up my comfort zone. Uh and no, it's funny when like I saw a post that was basically like, hey, I want to do this. Hey, I'm kind of doing this thing. It'd be cool if you like want to show it. And like a bigger account just, or like, or yeah, a bigger account, like another account sees it and they're like, oh my God, you did this. Hey, everyone, they did this. And you just have like 1,000 people being like, dude, they did this. And like a wave of like applause surrounding you, just like, oh, okay. That's like me like half the time whenever someone's like, when they're like, "Oh my god, your art's super cool," or "Oh my god, you were so like talented." I'm just like, because I'm like, I don't want to like receive the compliment back. I'm like, no, no, it's just simple. They're just basic, simple stuff. I'm like, no, shut up. Like, shut the fuck up. They're good. I'm like, okay, like, all right. You're gonna take that compliment. You're gonna like it. All right. So the lining up for Tay is now done. We might have to do some in-betweening at some point. And we have to get rid of I forgot we gotta get rid of that thingy. Okay. What was that last one? Oh no, that was close. Okay. No, there was something else on top. What was that? Oh, name. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Am I tripping? Where the heck's the body? Okay, yeah, that's the face. What the heck was that last line for? What the frick? Okay, I guess it's fine. That's the face, that's the body, that's the face. Nope. Nope, the body is supposed to be on top face always. And that's part of the hair. And that's part of the hair. And I think I don't need to do anything said for hair. Oh yeah, except for the head. All right, now let's get on the kicks. I was gonna see if I can do like a mid edit on the stream, but I don't think I can. I don't think I haven't tested if I could open up what was it? What program did I use for half these speed paints? Oh wait, CapCut. I don't know if I can open up CapCut while mid streaming, so I'm worried it might like legit crash because one, I can't do like the music song searching bit. because it's going to oh, wrong thing. Because I don't want to look up like songs that are gonna get myself, cut off, even no matter how much time I'm given. So I might do that off screening like a tad bit. But we will get it. I'll make sure to post it like via like tonight, or at least tomorrow morning, whichever time makes. Actually, no, we'll do this one of them tonight, and then we'll do them in the morning since I don't think I have work until the morning. God damn it! Again? Oh, ads are happening. Everyone will take a. Everyone, if you're in ad breaks, take a chance to stretch, relax, everything. Cool if I had like my friends do like a uh an art collab stream where we just freaking draw whatever. Because I know a lot of my streamer friends and online friends are like they do like doing art, but they don't know how. And so I'm like, oh my god. I mean, besides the Gartic fun, which are always super fun, I'm like, oh my god, just do an art stream where you like if you just like just do a thing but drawing, please. That would be so fun. Like I would watch. And I'm just like, because I like seeing all my friends' creativeness, because I think it's kind of cool seeing their different styles, and they're like, oh no, it's not good. I'm like, no, it is good, because I like it's art's not supposed to be all symmetrical. I mean, to some, there's some that are like that, like Piet Monet's like thing, but it's all supposed to be like super fun. Ain't serious. We're all supposed to have like a little fun with our styling, no? Okay, and I think that was almost all the layers overlaying the layers laying each other. Oh, ooh, god dang, so many freaking holes. Oh my god. And we're gonna make sure to go through all of them. So before we even do like the coloring bit, I'm gonna make sure to I legit go through every single one and making sure they're like all like proper and everything. Okay, I think no. All right, next up is the what is this layer? Oh, the necklace. Wait, I'm in a separate layer just specifically for the necklace? Okay. All right. Uh, okay, is this the layer? Yep, this is the layer for over. Dun, 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 dun. Where is the hair? Is it back here? There it is. Oh, wait, I think I could. I don't want to make it like super better. I don't think I have to erase the hair to make it work. Just like incorporealize it and make it all. Yeah. All right. And I think that's all of it. So lining 2.5 kind of had to happen just so we can at least make them all work out. So now the lining phase is done. I think roughly, kind of. All of them roughly are done in a sense. So now we gotta do the final bit. What I like to call it's just an hour. The fact that it was just an hour of this. Oh boy. So our final phase is just coloring. We're gonna start. I think we're gonna start from Adagio and then it'll end on Mio because I think it dep- I think it's the order of like complication of colors or wait, actually no, wait. Yeah, no, we're gonna start from yeah, we're gonna start from left to right. Or my left to my right. Not y'all left to y'all right. Just so we can like get it done. And then we'll post it. And then we'll work on the second thing. Yeah. So let's just get rid of all these one more time. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I have to get rid of the naming too. Hold on. We can't do the name quite yet. Da, da, da. All right. I think that's almost all the negative empty space. The thing is, we're going to use the same gray layer to cover across the entirety of the board. So we're not going to just we're not going to delete it. We're just going to make sure to use the same exact one. And plus, it gives me the gray thing always helps me to know like if something legit feels off in a piece or something with like how a coloring goes. So I can go back and be like, actually, I want to add this to this instead and make it work, you know? So I don't end up like giving something that's like a bleh, whatever. Because I know I'm trying to make them. I'm gonna make it at least accurate to uh close to their models, but I'm gonna still at least give my flair to it, so it'll be accurate with a little bit of me in it. I don't know. And it always helps me to make sure if I already got all the layers in place. So, whoops. And make sure I have the chance to see if whatever I'm missing is there or not. Okay, now it should be like a lot more better. And I'm gonna try and redo the whole thing again. We're gonna make sure whatever parts we've missed, we're gonna make sure to grab them all. So whatever negative space we come across. Oop, I think that probably was that probably was a negative space somehow. What ain't connected? Oh my god, why ain't you connected? I make sure that you connect. There we go. There we go. And I think that should be roughly all the negative spots. Oh, no, here. There we go. Now comes the. All right, now we got one time to do the thing that we were meant to do. Color pick the crap out of this and make sure it's like kind of accurate. Oop. Thankfully, unlike with the others, I don't have to really worry about color I don't have to worry about like cell shading and everything since these are more likely flat at best. So I don't have to really worry about like making them all super like pretty. I mean they'll be pretty, but I mean I don't have to worry about freaking uh making them all like the cell shadings and everything because that takes way too much effort. And I'm not gonna this is supposed to be just me drawing them with still effort, but not enough effort to make me like uh yeah. Oh right, that's why. I need a little thingy up there as well. So we're gonna go back up. God damn it, it's on the same layer again. What's with me on the same layers? Jesus Christ. There's like this. Ah! You keep drawing everything on like a same layer stuff. Stop it. Oh my God. There you go. The zipper has been in place. I don't know what the heck I did for the Moono patterns and everything. I know I did something for those. There we go. Even after we done finish the lining, we always still have some fixing up to do around the corner. We do. And we want to make sure they are at least good enough. Because I am a type of person when if I'm drawing, I put myself on a slightly high standard. Not high enough, but still like high enough of a standard. There we go. There we go. Now we can do the actual color phase bit on a separate layer. So I don't have to end up freaking accidentally like coloring them all on the same like gray layer with each other because that would have been terrible. I've done that before and I don't no. Okay, so the hair is a dominant green or lime green with like little white highlights to surround it. We're gonna just get all the base and colors out the way. don't know what the hell summer plans I have going on for the for when I think when summer hits. I mean, I have some ideas, but I honest to God don't know what the heck I'm gonna do in terms of like some summer stuff. There we go. Okay, I think that's the same as the pants. Yes, it is. Oh, come on. Hmm? Just gotta add a something on here. No, there we go. Oh, I started watching. I started reading more JoJo 7 just until it lay over until like once fall I think when it was gonna come out fall when fall was gonna come out. I have to say I am I'm mildly surprised at what the hell's going on with the story premise. I don't believe it. I don't believe what the hell's going on, and yet am so like utterly confused with like everything. I'm not gonna say it for obvious reasons because I don't want to be a spoiler, but to like give a summarization, I think I might have legit I joked something in the past when I was like making a reference to it. Oh, when I mentioned I was just starting to read it. And I think I might have been legit I think I was accidentally right in the best worst way possible. Like I think I joked something in the past. And I was like, oh man, it's gonna be this. I just know it. And then I ended up being kind of I'm now reading it more and I'm like, oh great heavens, it's going down that path. And I made a joke about it. So for what? I'm not gonna tell you. That means you gotta read the manga yourself, y'all, because I ain't gonna spoil it for you. If anything, I'm more excited without with the context of everything going on so far in the story. I'm honestly am excited for what elements are gonna be into play so far within the characters and such. And a lot of them have shift. So I'm just kind of like I'm very worried of like how their elements are going to go into play and all the characters. I don't know who's gonna voice the main. I'm not gonna say I can't even say their name. One of the guys But I have a feeling it'd be very funny if it was just I was just talking to him. I was like, it'd be funny if they got this specific voice actor to voice this character. The most what's his face? He showed up a bit in like episode 1, but he didn't do much. But my mind was just like, it'd be fun if they somehow got him to voice the role in like an unironical way, like I just as a joke. But who knows? Who knows? I'm excited for the series to go into play because they're already bringing light to some characters. I'm already learning new characters. I'm learning some references to characters from shows that I didn't even realize were references until like I actively had to look them up and being like, oh, that makes sense. Okay. It's like, oh, all right. And so I'm kind of excited. I'm just worried for I don't know how it's gonna end, but at least I could confidently be like a slight ahead and be like, I was kind of semi here. I read the whole thing. That means I'll have a slight confidence so when I can read the other parts at some point. That means because part 8 will come soon. And that's the one where they have what's his face? I don't know his name, but what's his face? So who knows? Who knows? And then some gold for the clips. Okay, I think that's almost all the nope, it's not all the layers. I just realized the green. Okay, is that all the areas that have been legit like colored? I'm not tripping out, so I can like do the extra stuff. I think it is. Let me just. Oh no, the eye. I didn't even do the eye. I almost forgot the eye. Uh. Oh my God! Wait, does he have little Z's in his eyes? I didn't even realize it. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me zoom in. I didn't even know he had little Z's in his eyes. What the heck? That's so cute. Oh my God. How did I not notice that before? That's really cute. What the heck? I drew him like one full on and one in a dude. I didn't even know he had Z's in his eyes. Oh, that's adorable. What the heck? That makes oh man, that makes my farming awes over here. God, even in hiatus, even in hibernation, I'm still Dodgio's still getting awes. All right, I think that's roughly all the areas that don't necessarily need the thing. Okay, now I'm just gonna do the thing and just gonna green it up. And then we're just gonna erase. Before we continue on, we're gonna at least finish the little extra details and effects, because I realized there's a couple of things I don't think I added in, like, I know in a couple of arts, but we're just gonna like touch them up here a little bit in a separate layer. Boop. Boop. There we go. Okay, and I think next would be the short or jacket or pattern for the top. Oh, that's the blush. Bow, bow, bow. There we go. Apparently there was like at one point a super giant like mega sloth that existed a while ago. Well, in the I don't know what time period, but there was apparently like a mega sloths were once giant like creatures that used to like roam the land and everything at some point. Like they're terrifying beasts. But of course, because of evolutions, we went from big creatures to like small little creep guys. It made me then they worry like, what the heck would a giant sloth look like? A and B, are they able to be tameable? Because I really would love to tame a wild giant a sloth. That would have been kind of metal, don't you think? I think at the very least, I don't know the name of it. They're like something Goliath something. They were like 10 times bigger than like like way bigger than the normal sloths. And they had like used radio shock claws, I think, for and I'm trying to remember digging or something. They used it for something, but yeah. But I remember how oh hey cat. Eve, good time zone, cat. How are you? We're just doing some drawing of VTubers. And if we don't, and we do have time, another mini art for me personally, who depends. But how are you? How have you been? If you're swell, I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day or night. I think I have like, do I not already have like a moon pattern on here? I feel like I do. Hold on. Hold on, we're checking something. Yeah, we have a star. Okay, we can just use the star one. Kind of cool that I have a star one, but I don't have like, I feel like I should have gotten a moon, crescent moon. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can download that sucker quickly. Or if that does exist. Clipseals paint crescent moon brush. If I have it, then it should be. I don't know if it's free or not. That's my concern. Okay. All right. Well, the one I don't need, I don't want like that version. There it is. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we have the moon. All right. Now, can I? Gimme. I think for me, always having free assets instead of me always buying the things because sometimes I really don't want to buy them. I prefer them free, please. And lo and behold, they do works way better than the original thing. I'm gonna ask, well, make it like a tad bit bigger. Yeah, we're just drawing some VTubers right now. Uh, we're now in the coloring phase of it, the whole thing. So hopefully we might get it done, and then I'll post it on my social at the very least. And if somehow we have enough time for that, then I want to be able to try and do other stuff. Okay, and I think that should be. Oh yeah, the assets of the hair highlights. And yeah, today's more like a chill stream, if anything. We're not gonna be over chaotic or over exaggerate, if you will. We're gonna be calm, cool, collective, and all that stuff. So this is like a kind of co-op stream. So if you want to draw and sit, or you want to watch and draw, if you want to draw with me, then by all means you can. I just talking whatever the top of my head was that I think is the most interesting conversation to be a topic. Okay, so there's that layer. Oh wait, we don't have to erase. I forgot that's connected to this. So we don't have to do that. And if I'm in the Discord server, so I'll just post it very least and be like, hey, this is the 25th post that I did. I hope y'all enjoy it and everything. Hey, Magde. Sups. I hope you're well. Almost done with me commission sketch. Hey, let's go. Nicely done. Congrats. We're just doing some art right now, so E. I hope you're well. I hope anyone who's just joining in. Oh yeah, I'm well. Had a nice day. My legs are fully much more better for tomorrow. So we're just doing some nice drawing at the moment. Hopefully we'll finish this up tonight so I can post this either tonight or tomorrow morning. Uh and all that stuff. But yeah, it's just relaxing. It's just been relaxing. So yeah, I'm just more so like just chilling if anything else. We're now just coloring all the VTubers and just tweaking some finals, just stuff, whatever we're going to play. Yeah. So it's just more of a low energy kind of stream since I wanted to do earlier, but I just didn't have I didn't felt like it. So I was just like, I'll just do it later evening times because whatever. Yeah, I just talked over. I read a bunch of more JoJo's. I'm not gonna spoil what happens. Oops, that's not the wrong way. I'm not gonna spoil what happens. Oh, thanks for the redeem. Thanks for the daily tune token. There you go. I knew what I used my point. Well, I'm glad it worked. I'm glad you know when to use it. Whoop, wrong layer. Sorry, I'm back. No worries, no worries. I didn't talk much. I'm just locked in trying to get this done, if anything. So, yeah. But welcome back, though. That's the case. Okay, and then we're just gonna have to do a little. Okay, I think that should be good. I think that's almost all the assets he does have on him in terms of like, yeah, I think that's, oh, right, duh. I want to add the little Z thingy to his eye. Drawing's super good. I'm happy. I'm happy it's like turning out much more better. I guess I'm kind of improving on like coloring, question mark maybe? I don't know. I mean, I'm just color picking the colorings from here, if anything, so it ain't me doing it special. Wait, did this dude wear eyeshadow? Am I tripping? Oh my freaking god, he does. How many details am I gonna miss? Oh my lordy. Freaking bring out the brush. Hold on, we gotta bring out the brush tool. Hi, Ishi. Sup, Ishi? Welcome in. Good time zones to you. How are you? Damn it, Dodge, you servant. Even though he's a sleepy boy, my Adagio be serving. I didn't even know he's. I didn't know my boy be serving. That's awesome. How are you? Welcome to our little late night chillaxin stream. We're just doing some VTuber lineup. Oop, nope, didn't mean to do that. We're just doing some VTuber lineup right now. Or at least we're trying to finish up the lineup. Whereas we're finished. We have one part done. We just need to do like a 3 more. And then we'll be like full on done. And then that will be it. I'm gonna have my first job interview. Ooh, yay! I hope you aced it. I hope you did super well. Congratulations. I bet you aced that job interview, mate. I bet you did awesome. Yo, sick art. Oh yeah, we finished the. Hold on. Is this rough cross hatching? Can I use this? We're almost. Can I? Come on. Come on. Can I not? Oh my god. Bruh. Come on. Oh, it's on the different layer. That's why it wasn't showing up the darn thingy. Uh, where's the cross hatching that I was using originally? So I can like do patches. Nope, that makes it look dirty. Hold on. Let's see if I could just. These look nothing like cross-hatching. Also, thanks for the art. We kind of are finished with, well, one of them we just kind of completed in terms of coloring. We're just now in the, we just did a bit earlier of just making sure the lining art is well and like super good. And so that's what we're just kind of doing so far. We're just going around to like all the other places and seeing if like everything is like super well and perfect and, well, not perfect, but just like good enough to. Also, thanks for the point. Congrats on your tune token, Cat. But yeah, we're just going into all the details and making sure everything's like super right. Is there anything that needs to be different here? Yeah, and I was just overconfident, cocky how like I highly doubt any of the VTubers I be watching are gonna look at this. I have full confidence. I mean, I don't expect them to watch this. I didn't tag them or anything, but I'm just like, I have a slight confidence they won't be watching this. But yeah, this is the first piece. Well, wait, hold on. We actually finished. Wait. We have to do the lining art. And by that, we just got to get rid of a bunch of other stuff. So let us unsync this. So what has needs to be non the color? So that's the skin. That's the hair. So the hair turn off. Everything else needs to be stayed on. Roughly. Yeah, roughly. Okay, so let's turn everything into the dark black color now. There we go. And that's the first bit. So let's just make sure. Convert to drawing color. And then we're going to have to specifically this name be highlighted. Da 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 da. Nope. Come on. Come on. I know you're there. That's awesome. We're like we have like done one and we have like three more to go. And like I know at least for Mira and in Tay, they're gonna be complicated AF. So at least in terms of coloring and everything. But we're gonna make sure to at least make them look good enough. All right, so we're gonna make it 104. Yeah, and we just hit the 2 hour mark, and that little earlier bit was just no joke, redoing the lining and everything. So we're gonna be in for a long ride, boys. If I leave simultaneously to do stuff, I'll let you know. Okay, so we're gonna just move this layer to the top. And then we're just gonna get a darker green. I got this. Yeah, coloring is. Don't worry, I got this. I did a little. Hopefully this will be. I was gonna plan to do like another arting something after this, but I might not. I have to like. I'll probably just do it like out after stream. There we go. Alrighty. Alrighty. Da 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 da. Oh yeah. If you're wondering why we don't have the other background music. Audio is being weird, so we're just using future funk music for the background. So if you have a question like what the heck's playing like at the exact moment, just let me know and I'll like quickly look into it. All right, and so then that is number one completed. Yeah, that's the. Well, don't worry, we're gonna do the final grand reveal. Next up is Mira's. So we're just gonna move this over to just cover the whole thing. And we have to do a couple of things first before we do Mira's. First off, we gotta get rid of the name first because we don't want to have that in the way. Well, first we gotta do the hair, and then we're gonna work backwards from hair to coloring everything because the gradient spit is the one thing that's going to give me some trouble because I know that gradient via hair is gonna take me like a hard time. So, and if I can't gradient the whole thing because it will just make the entire thing that. Back to the third time. Oh, welcome back again, Kat. Yeah, no worries. No worries. If you gotta handle important stuff, you're handling important things, so do not fret. I'm not the type to be peeved if no one like watches me or something. Control. Okay. So now we should get rid of everything. Wrong eraser. Okay, and yeah, as we gotta go through the things, make sure everything's like haloed, highlighted. Like, give you a lemon, don't make a lemonade, cut a singular piece of it and put on a random drink. Every time I hear that quote, I'm just like, don't life give you lemon, don't make lemonade, get mad, throw lemons back at life. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with, what the hell am I supposed to tease? Demand to see life's manager when they mess with the day of Ruth Johnson. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. Every time I hear them, like, it automatically makes me just shift. Like, I probably like butchered it wrong, but that's how I like remember it. Okay, so dun 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 dun, and then done, and then done, and then done. I think that's almost the. Oh nope, this one too. And I think that's legit all the hair assets. Okay, so now we're gonna go to a separate layer. This will be just for the hair specifically. Oh yeah, since we're done with the dodging, we can just dump the rough away so we can save some more. Woo! Okay, so we're gonna use the top. So we're also almost tempted to, in a future stream, if we're ever doing art, I want to like have like some obscure cartoon on the side bottom, so that way we'll be able to try and like react while watching it. It was a wild day. Well, you conquered that day. You was able to conquer that day, Cat. Was able to success over the day. I mean, congrats, Sailor, you made it to Friday type energy. Oh, shopping. That seems super fun. That was a good shopping trip. That's the best type of trip. I swear. I want to go to. I know I joked with a person uh about shopping stuff, and we brought up like I don't know how I don't know if I brought it up, or I guess I did brought it. We brought up IKEA, and she was like, "Oh man, I've never been to an IKEA before," and I was like, "You haven't?" It's like no. She was like, "No," and I was like, "Oh my God, it's like the Disneyland for like adults who want to move into like who wants to like get their own housing and such. It's like fancy." And I'm not joking. It straight up just feels like it's like the most magical place on earth. If you have an IKEA, if you don't know what IKEA is, it's just a giant furniture store, but it's from like Sweden. But unlike any other furniture store, you can like walk physically inside. You're able to like sit on the bed, and they give you like a whole ass visual for like your like the situation of like your room and everything. So the entire time you're just like, oh my God, imagine this is what our kitchen would look like. Oh my God, imagine if this is what our bedroom for the kids, our game room, my office, like it's the most like and I know people and I don't and I joke a bit. It is very silly. However, it is still the coolest place to go because you can visibly feel like all of the wonder and such coming from the IKEA, and you're just like, "Oh my God, I look at all this joy and everything. There's so much like whimsy, and you can like there's like stuffies. There's like that's where the Baja comes from, like little shark plushies. The little oop, that's something eraser. That's where the little like it's fun, and it's the interactive department store, and it's like super magical because you go up, it's not like a regular entrance. You go up on three flights of stairs. So you start on like the third floor, and then you make your way down through like a maze and a labyrinth of like different entries and everything. And you're just like, whoa, look at this place. Whoa, everything. And you're just like, man, imagine if I had like enough money to afford all this stuff. And some people can, some people do. And then at the end of the whole trip, you get rewarded with some snacks and or the classic Swedish meatball at the end, and it's such and it's always delicious. Because I know there's like one furniture from IKEA that was called the couple's breakup or something. There's one specific furniture that was in IKEA that was so bad that it was prone to couples having like a problem with like working together, so much so that it causes some of them to like divorce. And someone's got to fact check me on that one. I don't know the name of it, but it's like a double-sided like it's a giant like feet shelves, two door wise with like 20 shelvings and everything. And so basically it's very much like a very complicated work piece. You can't work by yourself, but you're able to like work with others. I know that's I don't know the actual name for it, but it's like because of the problem with this specific shelving, it caused like a lot of people or a lot of couples to like divorce or at least have like a bad working relationship because if they're not able to work together like on making a shelf, then how are they going to work together on whatever blah 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 blah. I don't know if it's just they were just saying that just to be like a spook or whatever, but it's very scary that IKEA has the power to possess something that could potentially end a relationship. That's a complicated script. It's a real thing. I just don't know the name of it, but people have tried it to like see if they can work together without having like a dispute. Because it's one of those furniture pieces where they have like I mean, it has like thousands of screws, thousands of like ABCs, 1, 2, 3 screws, nails, hammers, section holes, like instructions and everything, and you have to like keep an eye and look at them all. And you'll have like, no, it's this section. I know it's properly, but no, this section. It says it like correctly on here that it's specifically this area. And you're just going back and forth like, yeah, I know, but however, it's just like it's one of those. I don't know if you can, I'm pretty sure you can have them pre-built sent to you. I don't know. But it sucks how there's one building that's just made immediately to be like a destroyer of sorts and be like taking over. Okay, so now that we got this roughly situated, we're gonna now do the same layering again. Alrighty, there we go. All right, we're gonna work from the bottom to the top to make it easier, so that way we don't end up like I don't want to mess up. Nurture reels, couple reels, reels, the couple shortcomings. Yeah, it is one of those. Thankfully, I'm not in that position where I'm like, I want to, I want to get like a super complicated like furniture piece or something. I mean, who knows? Maybe one day I'm just like, if I'm like with my mom or something, like, hey, we need to test our bond. And honestly, that should be like a good test bond for like the this is gonna date me, but for the Amazing Race, they should have like a section where they're at like the nearest IKEA, and they're like, today our duos are gonna have to put apart together this 20,000 piece of furniture and get the quickest time as they can. Otherwise, otherwise they might have to take the dock of I don't know how they do it, but something like that. I know. Does anyone know The Amazing Race? I feel like it's not that old of a show. I mean, it is an old show, but I know it's not. It ain't that like old, right? Like I'm not aging myself accidentally revealing on the premise of it all. But if you don't know, Amazing Race is a show that used to play on, I think, the Travel Channel or Discovery. Basically, it's just a show where two Uh, no, but it sounds fun. Okay, so I'll describe it. The Amazing Race was a show, I think that it used to air early, probably early, like Discovery, what channel or whatever. And essentially, it follows duos. It doesn't matter which duo, but a duo essentially, and they travel the world. They do, they have to do challenges in different parts of the world. They start in America and they go to like whatever part of the world they're supposed to be at, and they do challenges along the way. And of course, you have like, I think it's teams of 20 no teams of 10 with two being a pair, and every race they kind of dwindle down to see if whoever's the last person in the Amazing Race, and they win like I don't know, it was like 1,000 whatever time it was, like 100K at the time. And it was basically like a traveling expense where people learn like around the world slash like learn about themselves, and it's a competition based. Think of Survivor. You know Survivor? It's kind of like that because you have to have one person who's going to read the map and one person who can at least understand the language. And you're going to be in places and locations where no one's going to understand the languages because you're going to be like in a section where who's going to understand this language and who's going to be able to read this. And so you have to like work together and to like team up to be able to like figure out how to safely traverse the world without getting ourselves super caught. It's one of those premise though. It's still going. I highly doubt. I don't think it's still going. A show is old. If it's still going, I'm gonna be color me surprised. So let me see. Uh, ama- uh, amazing race. Still. Oh wait, hold on. Still going. Okay. Oh, it is still. Wait, no, I have an AI generated thing. So let me just get rid of that. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, it is still going. Whoa, it's official. Another season of The Amazing Race is coming to CBS. Not Discovery. Why I thought Discovery. It seems like it is. Just over a month after season 38 finale in season 10. The next reveal that Tar is part of its 20. Oh my God. That's 38 seasons? Holy shit. Oh my God, that's so much. I mean, I knew it was gonna be a lot, but I didn't expect it was like in triple, like 38 seasons. Holy moly, that's like a lot. I did not expect it to be that many. 30 seasons. It's nuts. It's almost, I was not gonna say, it's almost as long as General Hospital's like premise and show, and that series is gonna forever keep on going. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense because people are willing to like put themselves in like risk situations, and who wouldn't want to like you and your partner or whatever duo traveling the world, seeing the sights, trying to win some money and immunity, whatever, in the premise and all that stuff. My mom and I we always made like a plan. 'Cause we always watch that show. We always made like a plan that if we ever get into like the show, that we were going to 100%. One of us has to be the driver. My mom will be the driver, and I will be the map reader because I know she can drive fast, and I can read slightly better with maps and such. Why is it a supermarket sweep and whole? Oh my God, supermarket sweep! Oh my God, that show is actually okay. That show is really old. I think it had like a revival, but I don't know if it's continuing on still. Supermarket Sweep is like okay, Supermarket Sweep in summary is a show basically about I guess just going to a supermarket. You have like a already standalone supermarket and you're basically going around doing a challenge space of like pricing sometimes and like items and things. There was I know, hyper oddly specific for a show to do something about that. But then again, this came around. The show was, I think, during the 60s. So it was a very, very, very old show. And it just kind of got remixed a bunch of times. And then it got to the point where there was like a final ending where you're supposed to like get clues and such. My mom told me the story of how she almost got into Supermarket Sweep with her. She was gonna do it with I think her sister, and then but then she wasn't able to do it, and so she went to someone else to do it instead, and they weren't able to do it, and so it kind of like changed. And it's very surprising if you look back in like older like Supermarket Sweep ads and things like that. The pricing of everything has drastically changed today. It's because what was like their prices for like what was like a bottle of water or whatever? It is significantly different now. It is significantly different now than it was in like the 60s and or like the 80s and the 70s and whatever time. I actually don't know when like Supermarket Sweep like hit, but like a little more cheaper. But now if you look today, you realize, oh shoot, 90% of the things are like very expensive. Like milk would go for like $4 for milk. Like, what the heck? And other things. I will still play the game regardless, though. It is still kind of fun. In fact, there was like a bunch of oddly specific games that were kind of like weirdly specific. And then, so my mom would always tell me she always had like catalogs of a bunch of foods. Is there an ad coming up? Uh, not re- It shouldn't pop up. It happens roughly almost every hour ish. 1965. 1965. So 1965, if you look, okay, put your history on, y'all. If you look back in 1965, you know how hella cheap everything was in the 1960s. Like everything was stupidly cheap, like surprisingly cheap. You can go in there with like $20 and walk away with enough bread, milk, cereal, eggs, groceries for like the whole month. That's how insanely stupid it was. Like everything was like super cheap. And this was during like a time where like it was like a slight boom in like their not renaissance in technology, but like the boom in like half their pricing. So everything was like hella cheap back there. You can walk in with like $20 and you can walk back with like enough banquets food for a whole ass party or a family get together or like a third option. I don't know. But you could have like you had enough something to carry you over, which is crazy to me. Which is it's bonkers to me. I remember that is like, in fact, I bet you're able to. Okay, so I always like a fascination with like 1965, or rather the 1960s to 50s. The next one I asked because I typed out story that happened to me today and I don't want to. It happens I think every hour. There's usually like a notification that'll tell me that an ad's starting. So when it pops up, I let you guys know. If anything, hold on, I gotta snag my reference real quickly. But I always had like a fascination with like things that came from the older era of from like the 50s to 60s because it's a weird time where like food and like housing and like everyone was just being the most experimental as ever, as everyone is just like, all right, let's try this. We're gonna work it out, and if it doesn't, then oops, figure something out. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes they're just like, dear God, like a dear great googly moogly heavens. I swear I saw like a post that was just that was just like, here's an old shopping market from that time, and it was basically just everything simply needed, like from top to bottom, like a metallic thing. It was like eggs, milk, uh, butter, sugar. Um, what other items were there? Oh, okay, hold on. I'm scrolling up. I have a quick story on the thing that happened today. Remember when I was registering a checkout and this mom and her kid went behind me? You know how checkouts have the stand where you conveyor belt where you groceries go on? I was about well, I was at that and the kid was trying to climb on the side and she used a plastic metallic rim on the bottom to support herself. She got onto the rim and broke it off and fell on my foot. I'm not upset about that though because kids are kids. But the mother of the kids saw me. I'm sorry, sir. Are you okay? I said it's okay. I'm okay. No worries. I thought it ended there, but she kept apologizing and just felt bad for her. I mean, well, I would feel apologizing too. If my kid was just being like an idiot and was just jumping on a bunch of things, knowing damn well they ain't supposed to. Yeah, I would be apologizing profusely too. Cause shoot, well, your foot could have been hurt if anything. So there's that little one tidbit thingy. I mean, as long as you don't, I'm glad you don't have any of the maliciousness. However, the kids should know damn well how they should and should not react when hopping about a bunch of things, especially in this situation. Like, Jesus Christ. Kids in the grocery store and it's enticed. No, they're the most brattiest, I swear. Every time I go into like the store, the two things usually happens. I'm seeing some kids, they're complaining to their mom. This happens like I think today we're like, I want this, and they're like, no, we can't, and they just scream. Or B, you're just walking and somehow a baby just stares at you, and you're just no matter what you do, they're just like intensely looking at you at all times, and you're just like, what the frick did I do? Like, what the heck's going on? What? Like, what did I do? And so kids are always like a gamble at the store because I see them tantrum videos they be pulling out. They are insane. And that's oh yeah. I felt bad for the mother of the kid. She apologized and told her it was okay, not set and her. She kept fine. Well, I feel bad for her. However, like I said, if I was still apologized too, the kids still should have known a when and when to time to play. I can tolerate if it's like a young and they just don't know shit, but still, they need to understand a time and place to play and a time and place to do all that. All right? Like we ain't raised in like no darn barn. We ain't like the Little Rascals or like I can't think of another show that has this premise of like Dennis the Menace. There it is. That's like a close description of it. But like I said, as long as you're like you yourself are okay and you're not hurt among the things, you should be fine. We don't tolerate BS in the house. We don't tolerate anywhere outside in the storing area. Oops. Super Nanny. Oh my god, I think I remember Super Nanny. I don't know how I remember, but I do I think remember watching a show, if anything, kind of similar to that. Super Nanny was a show I think that was for the British. It was essentially just you got some terrible kids. Well, a nanny's gonna here to help you. No, that's no. Then no, mine was didn't just Nanny McPhee. If that's the case, I don't think I watched Super Nanny, but I did watch like Nanny McPhee. That was like the closest. In terms of like that visualization of it. I highly recommend. I think Nanny McPhee is like the best visualization of like a babysitter more than Mary Poppins, and I stand by it. If you don't know Nanny McPhee, it's an old book then turned to movie that follows like the titular. Well, there's two only movies of in existence, but the basic story premise is that whenever somehow and always Britain because it always is in the Britain spot there's always a town full of like naughty children. And so the kids can't listen to the parents because of whatever reason why, some trauma, is usually trauma. And so there always a saying that was like, if you need advice or something you need, always call Nanny McPhee. And basically, she's the babysitter and nanny that you don't call for, and she's the one who just shows up unannounced and like, so I heard you have some troublesome tots, and immediately it's just like, and you're like, yeah. And so immediately she comes in, she sees the troublesome kids, and she doesn't yell at them, she doesn't beat them, she doesn't spank them. She politely tells them to stop what they're doing. And if the kids are like, no, we don't want it, we're going to keep doing what they're doing, she'll make sure she'll learn like lessons. She's the equivalent of like tough love in the best way possible, like super tough love. And the funny thing is, there is a way in the actual like story and everything. Technically, there is a way to get rid of Nanny McPhee. It's I don't know how the rhythming goes, but it's like if you want me, but you don't need me. Oh, if you don't need me. Oh no, if you don't need. Oh wait, if you want me, but you don't. Wait, if you don't need me. I'm trying to remember how it goes. There's like a specific saying to it goes. Hold on, this is gonna eat me up. Nah, Nancy McPhee rules. Okay, found it. So it's if you when you need me but don't want me, then I must stay. But when you want me but no longer need me, then I have to go. So it's basically the equivalent of like, so if you don't when you if you may think you don't need me, then that means I'm gonna still stick around and make sure you're all on your A game and says because I'm not leaving. But if there's a point where you do want me to help with something, then that means I've done my job and I have to go. Speaking of going, bye cat. Thanks for stopping by. So she lived off with that ruling, and so whenever she does have kids behave, she starts off ugly, and there's a reason why she is that. She starts off ugly, and then slowly, over the course of the film, when the kids learn the rules, she slowly becomes more beautiful, and she slowly looks more like she looks like what's her name? I actually don't know her actual actress name, but she's like oddly specific. Emma Thompson. She looks like Emma Thompson because Emma Thompson who plays her. Valid actress, real good actress for her. And so there's like a bunch of reasons as to why and or how we're grading from trauma to like a third option, like everything and everything in between. So you're just kind of like, oh man, oh man. Yeah. Highly recommend. Oh, you have one more thing you want to say before you head out? But yeah, I recommend the film. It's technically old since there's like two films. There's one in 2005, and there's like another one in like way later. But there's not many like there has not been another film since it. But read the books. I recommend the books, like a reboot. No, there's no reboot. There's no reboot. There's only two films. There's one in 2005 and there's one in 2010. So that's it. So it sucks. But there is a book based off this. You can read the books. If you want to understand it more, which if anything, read the books. I recommend reading the books. But if anything, she's like the better version of like Mary Poppins, because Mary Poppins is the type to like she's like the kind babysitter's like, oh, don't worry, we're gonna make sure we get it all shape and everything. Nanny McPhee is like, you is like, oh, you wanna like toss your baby into like the boiling pot of water? All right, well, let's do it. Let's see how like talk shit get hit. She's the quote. She doesn't hit the kids, but she's like the personification of like talk shit, get hit in the sense, and I love her for that. And it made me like she is like my personal favorite like in terms of babysitter. So yeah, I recommend reading the books. It was a very weird period when like kids were just being like shown how terrible they are. They were basically a little life lesson books to teach kids to don't be little shits. We need more books like that. In fact, there was like a weird time period, and I don't know if it's me. There's so many books that focus around kids that are like very unfortunate situations and or like poor or worse, they're an orphan or worse, they're like a runaway, like Oliver Twist, freaking the series of misfortunate events. Oh my god, like so there's this person who calls me Mr. K to mess with me. I didn't get mad and actually, but recently turning to a nickname. I don't know if it fits me though. Hey, if you think Mr. Kitty fits you up, then I think it fits you up. It sounds quite ndapa. But it was like a weird. There was like so many time periods of books that were just like, hey, here's a story about kids who have like getting their shit hit and are like terrible. Like the series of misfortune events is like a big one that I can think of because this if you have not seen the movie or the TV series or at least read the book, then holy cow, this series it really is titled a series of misfortune events. It follows these three kids who are once rich, but then their parents died, and so they're now orphans. What series are talking? The series of misfortunate events. A movie slash book series. It was basically like it follows these three kids who essentially are orphans who they were rich but they're now orphans. I don't remember their names, but you have the older sister who's more so like the she gets an idea whenever she ties her hair up, so she always has like a bunch of braids within her hair. You have the second oldest who is like a genius boy, so he's very super smart and a nerdy. And then you have the third oldest who and the youngest one is the baby who really likes tea. And by that, she bites on everything. Like a lot of things. She bites on a lot of things. And I remember always being engrossed with the series in the book because of how batshit insane it was. Especially like the movie. So, let me actually explain it. So, the movie version has Jim Carrey in it. We're going to talk about that one specifically because I think that one's more prompt and everyone loves Jim Carrey. So that one specifically was prompt. So in the original series, Uh, in the original series, Jim Carrey, the parents were essentially dead, I think, and so they're all the kids are now living underneath. I don't know his actual name, but it's like something like in terms of this, and he was basically whatever the heck Jim Carrey's character was. So he was basically just like the kids have an inheritance to the house and the riches. So the uncle tries his best to get so many ways to get the kids killed in the store, in the books, like every possible way. That's how bad it is. Hate that the books there is never a happy moment. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the whole point of the series. It's a series of unfortunate events, not happy events. Because no matter what, yeah, because no matter, yeah, it gets worse in the books because if you read the books, the uncle almost successfully kind of kills them, but the kids were able to jump out. First off, he almost KOs them via a train. He parks the car in the middle of a train track and locks all the doors and immediately waits for the train track to immediately take full and just waiting to flatten the kids. Then he tries to, after the kids ran away, they move in with their uncle who owns an exotic pet farm and everything, who were like, all right, I have some amazing animals and things. And immediately the uncle immediately frames the dude and was like, where's my brush for this? Like trying to like, oh yeah, the vicious animals were the reasons that the guy died. And it turns out, no, the snake was super harmless the entire film. So he was just making himself look like an idiot in front of everyone. And then the third time, the third owner also kind of KO'd, sadly. So it's the whole point of the series is no matter where they go, they always are gonna have like no good luck upon them because they're always unlucky kids. That's the whole premise of the story. Because why would they have a happy ending? Why would they have a happy ending? They're supposed to be unfortunate children. Also, hi evil. Also lurk well evil. But yeah, that's the whole point of the series. You're supposed to have. That's why they're the main like guys, because you're just kind of like, and they're in a series of unfortunate events. You don't know what's gonna happen to them, but it's like dangling hope in front of their face, and just praying that like something good happens, and you're just like beaten to the death by the fact they'll never get that ending, and you're just like, oh no. Oh man. So I personally like it. Bye, cat. It is essentially you're just like, oh shit, what the hell's gonna happen to these kids now? Who's gonna be a proper guardian for them? And you're just like, nope, nope, no one's gonna be. And it's just basically, you know how I won't spoil much because whatever the information I've gotten is from said the books, but uh there was a section part. This came from the actual movie, so I can actually explain it. So there's a part. The uncle guy is very into the theater. I think the back room. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's actually yeah, oh yeah, he is very it's out now. Thanks. I'm allergic. Oh well, hope you got your Benadryl, your medicines and everything, because I'm gonna do some actually, is this on the teetering of angst or is it just disgusting? What teeter do I put this on? Because it's both depressing, but it's also very fucked up on how he did this to get some money. Should I? Okay, I'll explain it in the context, in the story. So, the uncle guy, who I'm gonna actually remember his name again one more time. Series unfortunate events. I'm gonna have to like physically look this up. But yeah, watch it if you don't like terrible shit happening to people, especially to kids. I don't recommend watching it. But you just for the thrills of just the angst, go forth. But there is okay, Count Olaf. Count Olaf is his name. So Count Olaf in this series is essentially trying to steal the is very fucked up category. Yes. I mean, this is one of the fucked up ones, but is it the ones that's gonna be like I know it gets worse. It gets worse. I'm just saying it does get worse. I don't know if this is the most fucked up, but I'll explain it. So, Count Olaf That's his name. I forgot completely to mention it, but he's played by Jim Carrey. In the entire series, I mentioned how before he is after the kids' fortune, right? So he's always after the kids' fortune because they're the last ones to inherit it. And technically, he's their family member. So anything, if something were to say happen to the kids, they would immediately go to him as the next part of the family thing. All right, stay with me, chat. Stay with me. Stay with me. This is on a test or your notes, or if I ever mention this again. But so that's why he does a lot of ways to get the kids like hurt, injured, and or the ways to like be harmed. So yeah, keep that in mind. There is another way to somehow inherit money, and that is via. There's a way to inherit money generally in that time period. It's via marriage. So let's say if you want to marry into a family, you'll be able to, as long as you're married into who it is, you'll be able to inherit the money automatically and get the thing. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Count Olaf. Now, this is a very fun fact about Count Olaf. Count Olaf is an actor. So he's a very failed actor, essentially. And this is important. I'm not kidding. This is really important. He's a very failed actor. He has a group of goons, and he wants to pull in like theaters and shit, but they're all very crappy at their job, and they can't do theater stuff. And so he has a play idea that struck him in the head. What if he possibly does a play to make it he wanted to do a play via of like a Romeo and Juliet type story where no one, I don't think, die. I don't remember how it goes, but it's like a romance story where at the end of this particular story, the bride and the groom end up being married together and they live happily ever after. You see where I'm going with this? You see where I'm going with this? And you might think, oh no, how's he going to do this possible stunt thing? Well, there is an older kid in the Fortunates. She is technically the oldest of the group. Violet's her name. Violet's her name. So Violet is her name, and she's the girl who does like the thinking stuff amongst the group. So Count Olaf's plan was to make a marriage, stage it, to make it seem, to have her in the role, to actively try and marry her, like actually marry her into the play. And to make it official, because if he marries her, they'll have the fortune. He'll inherit the fortune. And then you might think to yourself, wait a minute, that can't be possible. It's a stage play. Yeah, you know what the thing is? You might think, it's just a stage play. You can't really get married in a play. That's physically impossible. Like, it's not an official wedding. But he found a way. Because in the ending of the play, there's a little tidbit where essentially the bride and the groom have to write a signature to have their wedding vows in place. So instead of they physically have to say it, and then they physically have to, like, I think, write it down. And so Count Olaf decide to actually place it with real paper that really confirms and says that him and Violet are married. So at the end, and to make it even more official, there's 3 things I think to make it official. You need like the papers an official like preacher do to be like the wedding vow person. There was one. And so he was able to get an official guy to officiate a wedding between him and Violet to officially state that they were married. And by him being married, that automatically means whatever money fortune they has goes directly towards him. So that was the original plan. He was going to use that as a way to get married, use it to off the kids once more, and then inherit the money himself. It sounds stupid, but that's what actually happened in the book. That's what actually happened in the actual book. I'm not kidding. I'm probably butchering it wrong, but that's what physically happened in this story. And what's worse, it's one of that. ew, that's icky. I know it is icky. You're not supposed to like Count Olaf. He's a terrible, shitty fucking person. You're not supposed to. All for inherence. Reminder, he's doing this so he can get money. That's the only reason why. And it was the birth of one of the greatest at the time memes ever released, which was at the obviously the kids they do see the BS, and the people who came by also saw it because they were also watching the play. They didn't realize it was an actual like real thing going on. They just thought it was like a part of play, and they thought it was so authentic. And so after the adults were like, "You can't do that. You physically can't do that." It's like, "Oh, what are you?" And Count was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna do anything about it. I have official papers, and I've been officially doxed. I have official papers to prove it. So what are you gonna do?" And then he gave us like the most stupidest line, but the most line I remember coming. It's like, "Are you gonna listen to the children? No one ever listens to children." Like, that was just ingrained in my head forever. But obviously, it does get destroyed. So, yeah, it does get destroyed if you're thinking. So, yeah, the paper got destroyed. It was different from the movie and the TV series and how it got, like, destroyed. But the paper did get, like, destroyed. It got burned, shred, fired up. I don't know, whatever you want to describe it. And immediately, yeah, everyone called him BS on that. And that's how it ends, at least for that little segment in the movie. In the movie, it just ended off with him not ever being, like, you know, the married bit and still is trying to like get the money thing. And that's the whole point of the series. It's a dark, depressing series. It dangles the thread of hope at the end, thinking that you'll be able to see some joy or who's gonna adopt these kids and actually, be a good parent to them. But you're just you get teased and immediately you see it and you're just like, no, like no. It's just like a dangling of the carrot. Like it will never come. But it's a great book series. I highly recommend it. 10 out of 10. Really good. And the movie's also really good. And the TV series that has Patrick Warburton on there at the very least. And the thing is, there's one more character I forgot. There's a guy in the series called, I think, the narrator, who physically is just there. And I mean this in the sense, like, he narrates the entirety of the stories of the misfortunate kids. So he's like, he's the guy who kind of like tells whatever story's going on. It's like, this is a story of some three troublesome kids. If I were to help, then there will be, I don't know how his story promotes, but he's just kind of there, kind of like explaining everything to us. So if you don't, like the premise and everything, and there's like certain points where you think's like, he'd be like, "Oh, what a happy family they come to for in the end, and they're able to find their peace in mind and such." But unfortunately, happy things don't. But unfortunately, this is an unfortunate series of events, and an unfortunate series of events will fall upon these children, and their happy life will go forever. And you're just like, fucking narrator, come on, man! Like, give me a chance. Like, I'm being like rage baited by the narrator, even though damn well it's like sadly part of his story to be like, unfortunately, things don't go well for these children. But I highly recommend it. No, it is a rage bait because you're like, I want these kids to be happy, and you're just like, unfortunately for you, this series is not meant to be a happy series. They literally said, I think, in the story, if you want a story that has happily ever afters and fairy tales and things like that, then I advise you to turn to a different series because this series is not like the other series. This series is like nothing but unfortunate events for these poor, unfortunate children who though deserve nothing, who though have like known me to get it, still end up to getting it. So it's just like they're really telling, hey, you softies who want like a happy ever after, this ain't for you. This is for the hardcore people. It rages me. It rages me to my core. To young me, and then today, because we watched like a little bit of the TV series, and then we're just like, God damn it. And the thing is, my mom does. There's more to it. So it's the series is very much like you know what you're going into. It's not a happy ever after. I don't know how it ends, even from the book series, because I know at some point they go to like a very terrible orphanage. There's like a school and everything. You're just like, oh my god. But I highly recommend if you like a little bit of angst a little bit of sad children life, and but like a sliver of hope to like help, then that series is meant for you in a weird twisted way. I was stuck in the book for 2 weeks because I picked. Oh my god, I stuck with book for 2 weeks because I picked it out for homework. Ooh, as well as a lot of good books that I remember. Do you remember when you like after you read a book, you end up like watching the movie or the based off of it, and you're just like, oh, that makes it 10 times easier to understand. Because I remember we did that with Animal Farm. Actually, okay, Animal Farm came out, or it's been out, but I want to give my two. Here's my 2 cents on this series. Here's my 2 cents on this series. I fucking hate it. I genuinely don't like the premise. As much as I love Seth Rogen, I do not like the Animal Farm so much. They ruined everything when made the Animal Farm the Animal Farm. Okay, first of all, read the Animal Farm book and or watch the original Disney version and or watch the original I don't know who made the animated one version, but that series, watch that one. I read the Animal Farm like that was one of those first ever stories that I read in like high school that made me like, you know what? I understand the problem of the world via through animals. It's like a dark Disney. And Disney had a version of it, but it's like fascism described within like the realms of like animals and things. And there's like 1,000 things wrong with it. For one, they really messed up within the ending. Two, they real the ending you're supposed in the original ending of the book. It's supposed to. There's no happy ending. It ended with like the fact that I don't know how the quote goes. It went something like, and the animals look back in the barn and look back from pig to man and then man to pig, and then it turns out they were all the same in the end, and no one can really tell who's the difference or who was the same, or it turns out they were all monsters in the end because the pigs were becoming like humans, and that's the one thing that they didn't like was being man. And so it kind of like don't give me like some Disney ass ending. Like, if you're gonna make a story based off of like a very good telling of, what's happening with the world, because that's the most prevalent book today, next to 1984, then like don't give me no Disney ass ending of like, oh, and they learned the lesson and everything. Okay, hell, I'll take that the older animated version. At least they like stand up to it. That makes sense. I'm down with that. I just don't like the freaking I don't like if you're gonna give me like a terrible like story with if you're gonna give me like a story that's supposed to focus on like the fascism, the 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 deprivedness, like the almost cult like base situation and things like that, and like a deep dive into like the animals' roles, which is a fun fact. They all have actual roles in the story if you really look into it. I want an ending that's like how you describe the ending. I don't like Disney type endings and things where like, oh, forgive the I don't like no epicness. It feels too epic. Like Animal Farm is not an epic book to go off by. You're supposed to like it. I uh, I uh, I I don't know. That's just the me thing, I guess. That is probably just a me thing, I guess. But um, I I don't know. And the thing is with the Animal Farm is in the original book, they all the animals are based off of different classes and like education. So okay, this is like me like dumping like an educational tidbit on like the story. So this is the one time I'll ever say this. If you have an Animal Farm project, don't do your own research. So you know how like in Animal Farm the whole premise is like you can't really read. So they have like a little, I think, a rule segment. I was like, no animal shall read or whatever. I can't remember. Half the animals are able. The different classes of reading really helps depict of like their educational system. So the lowest in the low class, I think, are the chickens and no, the sheeps. I don't know if the chickens count. No, the chickens don't count because they can't read, but they're driven by emotion. The freaking okay, I think that's good. Unless there's anything else I need to add. Oh, no, the chickens are based off the fact they can't really read, but they're driven off emotion. No, the sheeps are the one driven by emotion. Because their whole premise is they can't read. They're just, a sheep. And so they repeat whatever the thing is said to them. So the entire time, since they can't understand or read, they always chant 4 legs good, 2 legs bad in the way as their motto. So they don't know the phrasing and everything, but they know for a fact that 4 legs is good, 2 legs is bad. That means they don't know what we consider 4 legs or 2 legs, but yeah. And then I think what was the second level above that? I think I don't know half their names, but I know it's on the tip of my tongue. The horses. So I think it's the horses and the goats. The horses and the goats can read, but the different ones is I think Boxer is able to no. Molly was one of the original horses. So Molly is like one of the girly horses who can't literally read, but she can spell out her name, and that's practically it. So she doesn't know how to read it, but she knows how to spell out her name. And then you have Boxer. Boxer knows the ABCs, but he can't really go, I think, beyond H or J. So he only goes up beyond to like the 10 letters of the alphabet. And then you have Clover. Clover is like the only one who can read the entirety of the alphabet, but just can't understand a sentence. And then finally, I think you have I think there's a goat in the series, I'm pretty sure, who can kind of read. They're the only ones who no, it's a donkey. There's a donkey. Not a goat, my mistake. There's a donkey, I think, who can actually straight up can read. He just chooses not to. And then finally, the final stage is it's like the pigs. The pigs are the only ones who in the story can read. They're the only ones educated enough to do the stuff. It's like a higher level of like education premise of things like that. I don't know. I'm probably butchering it like how it goes, but it's a real thing. It's very subtle. Look it up. And I don't think they premise that at all because they're supposed to dive into like the whole education thing because there's just like some people choose to have the education in bounds and everything and they just choose not to use the thing because why and the fear and blah 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 whatever and because of that a lot of people or a lot of the animals end up slowly just dissolving in the sense like Molly didn't care real much about the farm. She slowly become like a showgirl. She betrayed the animal kind and ended up just running away to join like another farm or something. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. It's been like what if I just read a book of the animal? What if I just get the book of the Animal Farm, I just read that and just be like, all right, this is for your ninth grade high school class. And just to read it. I mean, I've read a Coraline. I don't think that's part of like the school curriculum or whatever. It'd be very funny if I just did that. Or that chickens. I don't know if the chickens actually what were their role? Hold on, I actually gotta Google search it. It's been like a hot while. Hold on, I'm gonna Google search my phone. What was the chicken's role in the Animal Farm when it comes to their reading levels and classism? Okay, hold on. What does Google say? They're the lower class. Yeah, they were the lower class. They're the lowest of low class. So they're poor AF. They're like the poorest of poor people. Them and the sheep. At least with the sheep, they're at least able to somewhat chant. The chickens just can't. They're the low class people because they give the food. They give the food. They are the food and they give the food with their eggs and they give the meat with their body. So they're like the lowest of low class systems. And so that's why in the actual series, yeah. That's why at some point when some of them revolt, they all got executed in the story. So yeah, not really pretty. Not a really pretty segment. Yeah. I mean, if y'all have anything, look at Thug Notes. That's like the best description. And look up Thug Notes. They'll give you like a better description of the story and premise and everything because they carried me. Shout out to that and Spark Notes. Actually, wait, no, there's one more short story that I remember a lot that made me like, okay, it wasn't part of my reading curriculum, but it was part of my short stories in terms of like I think we were learning about morals. I don't know how in premise it went, but there's a story of the huntsman guy. So, all right, this is like story. Get your blankets and cocos. A story time of like with TheFireyKitsune as he tells you about trauma shit that really should play into the fact that today's society in today's world. So there's this guy who was there's a story about a man who was on a ship who was a very proud hunter. I don't know his name. We're gonna call him for the sake of the story, Bill. Bill was a very proud hunter, so he likes to hunt a lot. And so he was essentially was a great hunter. He loves hunting animals and things like that. He was very proud of his work, and everyone know he's proud of his work. I'm butchering this. So keep that in mind the story, but he always wanted something more. He wanted something more rare and extravagant, or a third option, or whatever, or something. And so he was always just like, yeah, but I want something better. This is some bullshit animals we're hunting right now. I want a better thing to hunt, if anything. Oh wait, yeah, I forgot I gotta do her hair bit because I almost forgot the hair bit. And so he was always kind of upset about that. And so one day, Bill got a little carried away and accidentally in a storm fell overboard with him and fell overboard. So and an ads is starting like 50 seconds. So hold on, we'll pause it. Ads are gonna start soon. And so I'll try and continue as much as I can before. So Bill falls overboard and essentially gets washed up abroad to an island somewhere, I don't know, somewhere fancy, somewhere extravagant, whatever. It's like a pretty ass island. And so he was there greeted by another man who was a very fine gentleman. He was a high class gentleman, and you can tell he's high class because he has a fancy ass mustache that like curls and whatever. We'll call him William. William's like a good solid name for him. Like I said, I'm probably butchering the name of the story, but still just roll with it. Anyway, William. Oh wait, we're gonna start. We'll continue after the ad. So everyone, there's an ad happening right now. If you want to take a break, go forth and do it now. I don't want to. I don't want to talk when everyone's in the middle of my yap. But yeah, there's like an ad break happening. So if you don't want to, yeah, if you don't want it, then just we'll wait for y'all. So don't worry. When y'all are at least done with the ads, let me know and we'll come back. But there are some few who are just lurking in some ads, so I don't want to continue on the story. Back? Okay, we'll wait until she's kind of back because I know they're also in the ads as well. So we'll just wait a little bit. Ads are always weird. So we don't want to wait starting afterwards. Oh my god, I forgot. Where's the gray? Where'd the gray go? We gotta move the gray over. There we go. Sorry, I almost forgot the gray. I forgot the gray. Oh, yeah. So I didn't want to say it yet. So everyone's kind of stuck in the agile. So we'll wait. Burp, 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 burp. Yes, apply transformation. You're back? Okay, there's like 50 seconds left, and then we'll wait till everyone's fully on back, and then and then we'll say. Actually, I might change his name from Bill to like Ben. I just realized that Will is basically a short name for Bill. Oops, we'll change it. Uh Good. Everyone should be back from ads. Everyone should be back from ads. Now, we'll go back from ads. If you didn't hear, I said in like the mid-ad thing, I'm gonna change the name from Bill to Ben for the main guy because William I think is short. I think Bill's short for William, so I don't want to do that. So we're gonna just make it easier. So Ben. So yeah, Ben wakes up upon the shore and he sees a very strange, fancy gentleman. His name is William. And so William was just like, "Oh, hello. Oh, fellow man on the island. Welcome. Are you hurt, my good man?" And Ben was like, "No, I'm fine. I'm kind of like hurt slightly a little bit, but I'm good." It's like, "Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna take care of you. Come forth. Let's go to my luxurious mansion spot." And so they were kind of just like, "All right." And so William explains how he's a very high class, hunter as well, just like Ben. And so he kind of is just like a very fascination with hunting. And so Ben is just like, finally, someone who understands like my style and everything, a hunter as well. And Ben's just like, yeah, finally know someone who's like a good hunter who also hunts things. And Will's like, oh yes, truly indeed, indubious. He doesn't say that, but I think he said something along realms of that. He's like, yeah, it's a very lovely style of hunt. And so Ben is kind of like, so why are you kind of like on the island? Don't you get like tired of hunting? He's like, yeah, I do. I grow troublesome every now and then. I've almost hunted so many things that I've almost slowly lost like my meaning. And so, oh yeah, I forgot. He has a butler, dude. His name, I don't know his actual name, but he I think described as like some Frankenstein-esque like monster in the sense that he is just, he's very tall. He's very much he doesn't really say much, but he looks like an actual monster. So he does have that monster feel. So he does have like a butler and everything. And so William was just like, yes, I do have like that sort of feel and the wanting to hunt, but it has gotten so dull and everything in the past forever. And so it's like, oh, how so? It's like, well, I've almost practically hunted everything up to known to man. I've hunted cheetahs and elephants and lions and whatever endangered creature out there in the world because he's a poacher. Keep that in mind. He's a poacher. Hi, monkey. So he's a poacher. So he does the bad hunting and such. And I mean, our guy kind of is a poacher as well, but he doesn't like. I mean, he's in the same premise. So they're both dicks. But unlike him, he's a worse thing. So he's like, yeah, I kind of swapped my role for a hunt for a lot better style. And Ben's like, oh yeah, what kind? It's like, I want it more of a challenge. I want a creature that's more smart, more intelligent than the average like an average monkey or whatever. I don't know what he said or something. They're both assholes. Well, in a sense, yeah, you're supposed to understand the fact that Ben still hunts and kills animals, and William also hunts and kills animals. But unlike Ben, Will decides he wants to up the ante, and so has a bigger way to hunt. And so his idea for hunting is what's more smarter than a man himself. And so his old spiel is like, and he's like, I decide to hunt man instead of animals. And so he shows him like a little trophy room of a bunch of like skulls or something of actual people and or memorabilia of them. And Ben is like, oh shit. Oh wow. So you hunt people. Like, yes, nothing's more dangerous than a person himself. How are they gonna be able to handle the wild of sorts and the dangers of anything? And man's like, that's insane. Like, you know that's like, I think illegal. I don't know what time period this is, but just for the sake, it is illegal to still hunt a person, yes. And Ben William was just like, oh, nonsense. I mean, aren't we animals all in the sense? So might as well just like have a little challenge in the sense, don't you think? And then Ben, realizing that he royally is screwed up, slowly backs away and just tries to head to the door and just kind of sleeps it off. And so the next day, early in the morning, I think, before I think he left, at some point the guy with William was like, by the way, would you like to play a little game and such with me? And Ben was like, what the hell do you mean? It's like, I give you a challenge. I give most of my people 3 days at best to hunt. And so all you have to do is survive roughly 3 days out in the wilderness and see if you're able to accomplish that. And if so, I'll be able to let you go with my extra access boat. Because he has that. Because of course he has that. And Ben was like, okay, what if I lose? And it's like, well, you'll be a nice, fine trophy collection. And so it's basically just like, it's basically man versus man, where man becomes the prey, and while man is the hunted. So you can kind of see how it kind of goes morally. And so the past couple of like days, so he was given tricks. He just can't use like the guns and everything. So Ben was just adhered to whatever weaponry he has in the wilderness. So he had to make his own traps and everything. He was able to successfully kill the butler dude at one of these points. I just remember which, and was able to survive almost all 3 days, roughly, I think. But I don't know how it happened towards the end, but I do know at the end of the series, it ends with the 3 days up, and William not really finding where Ben is. He decides to go to sleep during the night with Ben in the corner, watching him in the corner as William sleeps peacefully. They didn't display what happened afterwards, but the last final words from that story was, Ben didn't remember what happened last night, but he did wake up much more refreshing in that lovely bed. So it kind of ended implication that he was able to successfully kill the final boss and now lives on the island. in the sense, I mean, I probably am like butchering up the story, but yeah, it just ends with him now getting the guy and now realizing he's now the king. Yeah, and so the moral of that is it's essentially just like don't be a freaking poacher too, and don't be, because you will be on the other side of that field and you will be paid for drastic shit. You'd be surprised. Because you might think if you're all powerful, someone on the other side of the brink is going to be like, I'm going to catch you and I will get you and you will understand how it feels like to be oppressed. Survival of the fittest, essentially. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest, essentially. The worst part is the fact that, like, what do you do if you're the one, what will happen if you were once on the top of the food chain and now you are going to have to deal with, like, the enemies? Because technically we are people. We are the smartest animals in the world. So what's more challenging than having the smartest animal hunt and prey for each other? So it's kind of like that. Still fucked up. It's like Charles Muntz from Up, essentially. Because technically he did something similar to that. But not really. But yeah, it was one of my favorite side story that I just liked a lot in terms of like its morality and things like that, because like, yeah, congratulations, you realize that men really, in the end, men are like the most dangerous thing is themselves. So at some point we could technically hurt ourselves in new stories. Yeah, I mean, I probably fucked it up story wise telling, but yeah, that's the story in terms of it. So make sure you don't make sure you be mindful of nature. We are our worst enemy, essentially. We are our worst enemy, because who's to say that 1 minute you're like cool with another person, chilling, relaxing in the pool, and then all of a sudden immediately they decide to hunt you down. It's a dog eat dog in world. But still, it's a good story. I still recommend it regardless. That's not my only story from high school. You'd be surprised in how much more the morals of like early stories can give when you realize that, at the end of the day, men is the problem. Human are the problem, not like men as like the gender as a whole, but human as the problem. Although there's a lot of story that does involve with like men just being dicks to each other when you really think about it. When you really look back, a lot of them were centered around like actual guys. When you really kind of think, because like from like old stories and everything. So I'm not wrong with my statement, but still, it's kind of very interesting, huh? It just clicked me in like the span of like telling him the other. So it's like, actually, hold on. And I'm trying well, no, look. As long as you're not like a dick in like 1,000 of the stories that the high school people be telling you, you're all right. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's very funny how like there's a lot of stories. It didn't even hit me until like now that I'm like, wait a minute, wait a second. A lot of this could have been avoided at some point. But it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Yeah, yeah. Thankfully, at least I have like some good male influence in my life, so none of them are dicks. So you can say that for confidence, right, chat? If you are men or men aligned and men identifying, y'all aren't like dicks. If you want to answer that, I know you guys are like decent people. Okay, so Control-Shift-I. Then we're gonna just erase this. So many layers to go through. Almost done. We're like 3 out of 4 ways, and then we'll end the stream. I might have to do something in a little bit just in case. So if I like leave a tad bit, I'm gonna let y'all know. Yeah, it's exporting goods. I been there like 1 or twice. I don't know much. It's an store, I guess. I mean, it's hella expensive. I'll tell that. It's a very expensive sporting store. So if you're trying to like nab at anything, be mindful. It's a lot. It's very expensive. I forgot. I forgot. Oh, I thought the celebrative is. Oh yeah, I've seen the jokes. There was one I saw a Vine that was like, "Oh my god, they have Staples at Staples. You know what that means, right?" And they just smash cuts to like them running towards a dick store. It's like, it's gotta be in here, guys. That's like the one of the oldest. I've seen so many Vine recreations of that, and all in all. So yeah, I mean, it ain't like we all know. I mean, at least if you live by it, you had to have made like a joke about it. Just like, they have dicks and dicks. Or like, hey, do you think they have that? I mean, it was like in like my middle school or humor or anything. It was always there. As long as there's some people have dicks in their name, rather there still are in fiction. Oh, I mean, before it's become referred for the genitalia. I mean, it was a nickname because a lot of people it's short for Richard, essentially. That's one of the reasons why it's short for Richard. And so a lot of people either I mean, I think a lot of people via nickname them just go by Dick. So yeah. Yeah. It's one of those English older names that's like a shortened name for something. So Richard's short for that. It's English older names. I look it up. I don't understand it. I don't get it how, but it is that. Yeah, it's one of those names where it's kind of like The actual nickname doesn't really correspond to the actual nickname theoretically. I mean, it could technically, but it won't be. Like Rich, like yeah, like uh, Bill is like a short name for William. I think there's another name I just can't remember. I think it's like that. Uh, there's like a thousand. It's like an olden English things where some names are like I don't know. English names are weird, so it describes on that person. I don't know. For sure. Yeah, it's just old in English names. I don't know how to I don't know. And I took like a course on like literature and sociology to figure out that and I still don't get it still to this day. Sure, looks like yeah, no, there's like a thousand different versions of old English. You have the regular Old English or the ones that's for like Shakespearean, and then you have like you go back another year and it's like not even proper English, and then you have like I can't remember the specific naming of it. It's like a hyper like Pacific English, but whatever the heck Beowulf is like via title as. There's like a thousand ways on the English is described as, so I cannot not be like, uh, I'm like, oh, this is the specific English stuff. 'Cause I barely got that far in terms of it. I only know some things. If it's interesting, always look it up. If anything, I mean, you might find something more interesting than me. So yeah. Okay, and then. Oop, oop. Where did this? It goes. Yeah, this way. Yeah, I was rewatching a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, like just like last week, and so I'm already kind of I already rewatched it all, but I'm just rewatching it again for the sake for me to like when the inevitable new episode drops. I'm not a huge Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan, so don't get the wrong idea. I just I like watching a bridge series more than the official series because they're just basically the same thing. Yeah, specifically the abridged. I'm not talking about the official one. I'm talking about the abridged ones all on its own. Because it was like the first of the abridged series. Well, if you're gonna talk about a first of a bridge series, then that will belong to Ghost Hunter Stories dub in terms of it, the first official one. But in terms of like it's the thing. It's basically the same premise and the official as the regular um regular Yu-Gi-Oh, but they cut like a lot of parts off, so it still is a good series. I mean, it's just meme based, but yeah, I don't. I recommend if you. I mean, the creator has some like I don't know what something's going on with him or something, but I do. It's just every now once in a while some weird drama thing that happened. But I just liked it because of nostalgic, and I was just feeling nostalgic, and I was just like, "Ooh, I remember this show. Let's watch it." And then lo and behold, so I'm up to like episode 40 of the series. So I'm almost done with, I think, whatever segmental part of it. It's funny enough, there's a lot of this was during like when the reign of a bridge series when dubs were always or official or a bridge series were always like in the wrath of fear from the god darn official series because this is when four kids was like still around, and anything passing beyond them, well, it's gonna be a hard time to follow to do, buddy, because you four kids don't allow nothing go through because they have like they have like the gauntlet prepared to like smite anyone. So the Yu-Gi-Oh series had like a bunch of like drawbacks and flawbacks and problems of like the official series when it came to trying to release stuff because the four kids always brought down the hammer gauntlet and just try to make sure the series doesn't come out. Well, look who's still standing to this day. Not four kids, that's for sure. LT Oh yeah. So okay. So he got so if you don't know what happened, the one Jorge got in is in fire heat because of the fact that he tried to make a promo with using an AI tool to make his animation, and everyone kind of obviously rightfully so pissed at him for trying to use AI for something that he was already against AI. That's the thing. He proudly was against the program and everything. So everyone was just like, one, audibly betrayed, and then two, audibly shocked as to why he's now turned like a 180 degree for some reason. And then he kind of backpedaled a bit. So on his main account on Instagram, he specifically kind of backpedaled about the whole usage. And then way more so on Twitter, he was just like, I understand, I see what's going on. This is a very not like good problem. I don't mean to hurt anyone's feelings. So we're basically gonna I want to make sure to trust the artists. Make sure the artist comes first. And everyone's just like, see, thank you. And I don't the thing is everyone like welcomed him back immediately with open arms. I am on the fence. I don't know if I still follow him or not, but I'm just like on the fence when it comes to him because like this isn't the first time a big creator all of a sudden wants to use AI after being blatantly blatantly against it in the first place. Like, seriously. It happened with the creator of Curse the Cowardly Dog, who wasn't into the AI shit, but was doing the crypto shit. So everyone kind of just like jumped on with him immediately, and then he backpedaled. So I don't believe for a second that. I mean, I'm no glad he's seen the way of the eras, but still very fucked up to try and like propose that like the AI is the powerful tool that's going to help us out. Like, no, the frick, it's not. No, it's not. I can assure you 100% it's not. But he now looks like he's back to normal, and I guess it's presumably kind of like Yeah, I just see the way I didn't mean to intertwine with this reasoning. I understand my mistake. I apologize for that. I'm gonna make sure to value the art and everything and blah 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 blah. I'm just like, okay, first of all, you should have like known for a fact how very, very, very against AI the world should be, and like a lot of people are. Like, it's even the fact that he said, well, prior before his change, was like, I also got the blessings from the creator of My Life as a Teenage Robot, and there's them to use his project and everything. Everyone's like, I highly doubt the creators of those two iconic series are gonna be like cool with the AI stuff, especially the one who made Invader Goddamn Zim. You really think he's cool with that? Like, you really, no. He told in a post in an interview, it's like, yeah, I had the blessings from the creators of My Life as a Teenage Robot, Innovator Zim, for this project, and it's gonna be super. They gave me some. They gave me their blessing. Like he said, they gave them their blessing, and I have a feeling we don't know if they did, but I don't think. I highly doubt. I highly doubt that they said anything in the lights that they were like, yes, we are cool with this. Like, I don't believe it. I halfly don't believe it. To see that, yeah, it's very shocking. It's a weird. What the hell happened? Why are creators all of a sudden from our childhood, especially, are just getting into like some crypto shit? Like seriously, this is like what is going on all of a sudden? Why are a bunch of like well-known creators who are known for like childhood are slowly delving in the world of crypto and or AI? Like, there's like why? Okay, so no, that's not it. Here it is. Oh, congrats on your 5 stream streak, Evil. Enjoy lurking back in again. Oh yeah, Evil, I'm happy that you liked the drawing I did for you. I didn't know how to I know you gave me like a semi-creative liberty off of that, but I'm very happy you liked it. Cause I I was looking around for I don't know, 'cause it was a challenge to figure out what bottoms you would wear because you didn't have it was just top half and that was it. And so I was just skirting around and like, okay, what would evil wear? What gives off evil? Well, thank God I went to good old Prince dress and I found some good outfits and I was like, ooh, the punk style that seems to fit. And I found like that little skirt and I was like, ooh, that definitely fits her style. I mean, I don't know how to do plaid skirts well, but I think I did a good job. Yeah, it's very well. Like the one who created like Earthworm Jim, Bill, uh, Bitch Fartman. Okay, like so many people, man. Like so many people. Like it's a lot. It's very not. It's so not good. Okay, I don't think I need. Is there anything else? I feel like I'm missing something. I don't think I'm missing anything. Unless I'm missing something, I don't think I'm missing anything. Okay, we don't think we're missing anything, so we're gonna just do the thing right here. Oh shit, the fork. Duh, right. That's why I was like looking around. I was like, fucking fork. I almost forgot about the fork. I know. I've drawn him too many times in too many different ways. I don't think I have like an official way to draw him. So I'm like, all right, this is how I'm gonna draw him for now on. Like this is how I'm gonna for now on. So that way I can be like, yeah, I have a style for him. because I keep flip-flopping through like so many different ways and interpretation. I'm like, which one do I do? And I mean, it doesn't matter because I'll draw him like I'm gonna change him on my design like to another position. I'm like, which one do I draw him as? Because they're all like they're all like half of this was just like half done because like half done like a quickie rush or just a spark of a moment because I just drew one for your birthday and I'm glad he likes and I drew one for a fan art that and he also likes. So I'm just like, I need an official way to draw him so that way I can actually know how he looks like in the future. That way, if I ever drawing him again, it's like my guiding ref. So this is like my official guiding ref to for now on. If I draw a Tay and or B, if I'm just like, how do I draw him specific? There we go. Where is hair? There is hair. Funny enough, I'll be able to try and finish this up tonight. Okay, I don't think I am missing anything. For real, I don't think I legit am for real missing anything. Actually, we're gonna do one more teeth because I realize I want to do more of this. So where's the face? There's the face. Man, I can't wait to see this time lapse when I'm like doing everything. I'm gonna figure out like the frick's going on and just be like halfway confused of like how long. Because the hardest part is finding the time lapse to fit these songs for these because it takes forever. There's no specific song for this. This is all gonna be on Twitter. So if you can't have a Twitter, then you won't see the time lapse. And heck, I can't even show the times on here because the Windows bit isn't allowing me to show it. Unless I specifically have it to where you see the timeline. I'm pretty sure I could do that, could I? It won't work unless okay. Yeah, it might have to work if I specifically do that thing. But you won't see the timeline, which sucks. Which sucks absolute dog water. Okay. So the last thing for this we just gotta do is the name, which goes here. And then we'll just use the yellow convert to drawing color. I mean, I'm gonna make a video, I promise. When I'm finished somehow with this darn long series, I might just make an entire video of just me compiling all of my time lapses together and just make one mega ultra whatever time lapse and just be like, here, this is every single one that I've done. Merry Christmas. Of every single one that I have was able to somehow manage to do. Why? Because I am somehow insane in the membrane to do this. Insane in the membrane. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so that one popular song, I don't know who sang it, but it's just the insane in the membrane. Something, something. I don't know the name. Okay, and then okay. So Tay is now done. We're gonna have to figure out how to move half these letters. So what do these look like so far in terms of placement? I just need to check. So where is everyone placed so far right now? Okay, so okay, we have to move the name for that. His name is fine. We're just gonna have to scoot him over and then move her name across to that, and then we'll be able to get it done. Because I just realized it's like halfway covered. And I think Mioji's like also okay, yeah, all right. We're gonna have to figure out like the damn it placemate. All right. We're almost okay. All right, come on, focus. Y'all look. I'm happy. I'm very excited because I know these are all my these are all my Oshis who somehow became like a friend, online friend. So yeah. So will they see this? I mean, if I'm gonna tag them, so there's gonna be a high chance I know at least three of them will see it, and B, I will post this on the Discord server since I'm all in for and if anything else. So they'll see this, all right. They've talked. They like how I McDraw, and they like how I really like to McDraw them a lot. So this, but this is just like and this is special because the 25th, and these are the people who. This is the wave to Electric Boogaloo. I found more VTubers. The search for more money. In the sense. So yeah, but yeah, they're all pretty cool, and we have more. So it's not just these guys. We have more, and from them, I was able to find more people, like a lot. It's like a firework. One sets off, and then the other one starts setting off immediately, and they all just trickle down in like a wave and effect. I forgot the name is still up there. No, there we go. There we go. And then there you go. Oh, something I think is open because there is a the hair is open. Nope, nope, nope. There it is. I might post this either tonight or early in the morning, just depending if I have the thing. But I just like I said, I'm gonna have to like find the time lapse and everything, and just find a proper song that can reach whatever time limit I have because I think this is gonna be way longer than expected, judging from the time lapse. Because I know it's gonna be longer. There it is. All right, now it's covering like the outside of everything. Time lapse is gonna be longer than my attention span. Now, if you add some music in the background, which I legit do every time, no joke, every time I like finish a time lapse or an art, I always have record. Okay, here's a tidbit that I always like. This is not like an art thing, but this is just a personal thing if you want to see. If your program has it, always make sure like record time lapse is on because you'll able to see the joy, the struggle of just seeing the artwork is there. But when you hit the time lapse and you see the entirety of your process, like from beginning to end, it is such a glorious thing to witness. It's just like watching fireworks going off, and you're just like, oh my god, it's like an art journey. It's like sped up, and you can see like the things that you've made, the changes that you made, the ups and downs, and how you're able to like solve it. Because this technically is like every this is like the longest. This is like almost a long piece I've done, spanning from like 3 days roughly. Like, so I'm able to see with each of the frame, the beginning, the whip of the items to like the sketches and poses and everything without just me physically talking. So you're able to see the entirety of it work. And it's such a glorious thing to have. Just to be like, oh my god, this is everything. I kicked ass. So I always personally like always have time lapse on no matter what. The thing is, I've joined him so many times. I think this is like the proper way. This is the first time I just like in via rest form. I think my first drawing of him was just the birthday fan art that I did last year. Funny enough, that art I did for Mio specifically, when his birthday kicked around, it was way late at night and I had it planned to do it. I just straight up forgot completely and I just didn't have the time. So I immediately was like, shit. So I woke up in the middle of the night. Well, not in the middle of the night. I remember the Mio. Yeah, the one time when randomly at a whim just what he so I think Hay was like, "Hey, can you draw Mio as like Mojo Jojo?" I was like, "What?" It's like, "All right, fuck it. All right, we'll do it." And that was it. And that was essentially it. My history with that. And I still have it. I still have that piece. That and the green version of it. And he likes equally both of them. Yeah. I mean, if anything, I've drawn way more besides the Mojo Jojo bit. The first twice I think I drew of him, I think was when it was his birthday, and I just was like mid rush. I was like, shoot, I don't have an art birthday fan art piece, and I was planning to do it. I just didn't have the time to do it, and so I was like, okay, we're just gonna do this quickly. And I will, and I posted at 2 a.m. and I clonked out immediately. And then I woke up, and then he did the stream. I was like, "This is cool." I was like, "Cool." It took me till like 3 a.m. to do that. You're welcome. What did it look like some after Funky's character? I mean, I feel like it is. I mean, I don't watch One Piece, but I feel like it is. Oh, thanks for the self care. I was dead ass dying up here. You have no idea how much my shrimp form has like slowly taken place. Excuse me. Thanks for healthcare. Thanks for the self package. That means everyone else has to unshrimp and stuff as well. Not just me. Oops. Nope. There we go. And then where's there it is. Uh, uh, I don't think Obe is transparent. Nope, he's just a little slightly bluish. I thought he was transparent for some reason. Nope. Okay, I think that's roughly almost all the color spots that we've gotten. Roughly. I mean, we have to get rid of a bunch of areas, so uh hold on. Just gonna I gonna just gonna okay. That's gonna bug me to no end if I just did all that. There we go. Hold on, just let me green a bit. Okay, now we're gonna just invert and then erase. We're gonna down and erasing it all, making sure it's no extended. It's very simple, easy. You just can control I inverse and just erase it. I don't know how that's the actual lyrics for the actual song Temple Wise go. There we go. And obviously there's gonna be some little bit of excess left over, but we're gonna just fix that little hole. All right. I think the last bit here is I think the little this. So what colors are there on specifically? Blue. So blue and also blue. So uh, uh, good song. Who sang that? It's not My Chemical Romance. I know, like, I know the actual some lyrics, but I actually do not know for the like of me who sang that song. But I know it's been like, it's going down, it would take it up. With him in your city, something with you, like who sang that actual song? And I don't know the actual name. It's not Green Day. I don't think it's Green Day. Does it feel like My Chemical Romance? I feel like, honest to God, I hate there's like songs that I know in existence, and yet because of my smooth brain, I do not know where it came from, or at the very least, who sang it. It is by Green Day. Oh my God, I was semi right. I actually did not know it was actually Green Days. I mean, it felt it was Green Days. I just didn't know it was actually legit them. Because I was like coming to myself, like, okay, this sounds like rock. This sounds like a rock punk something. I just didn't know where specifically because I was just going back in my mind, like, what every era from the early 2000 was it? It was like it was a white boy band. They were singing this song, and they were just going like, not punk, it's indie, not punk, wrong genre. It was like, what was the song? It was very indie. It was like a white band. I know that for certain. And it was like a guy just screaming into the mic, just going, "We're going down." Like they had to, like they're like straining their vocals, like going down. Like I just didn't know specific. But I was like, I'm very proud that I semi got it kind of right. I just didn't even I didn't even realize it. That's all. I'm proud of me. I'm proud of me for getting that. But there is a post that I saw, and I stand by it, where I don't know why, it was just funny. It was like, we're never gonna get the era back of like young white boys who were like starting a band, whatever, in their garage. And I'm like, that's a weird I kind of weirdly get that because we don't have any more bands. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no more of like an era band where it's for like like a bunch of friends who want to start a band and they're all in a garage somewhere and they end up famous. But now everyone just automatically goes to like said hip hop route or another route entirely and they just bypass that thing. I'm like, I miss that kind of era. I want that era back. Heck. Like I want to see it's like a rarely gem. Like they do some performances and they kind of go around from like their own neighborhood town to town and they somehow make it big. Like not big enough where they're like full on like what was the company underneath? Um uh Rolling Stones? Yeah, like underneath Rolling Stone, but like a true indie band. Like true full on indie, no corporate bull, all all them, and we don't have that anymore, which sucks to me because I feel like we missed on like a huge core. Like the music videos they be like pumping out, they're shit, but they're good shit. Like none of them are like what was like the last band that was full on like an indie kind of feel, and they did not require, and there's like a lot of non-indie bands to this day that you think they are indie, but they're not. Like, yes, like the Beatles. The Beatles, man, rip them. In fact, I got like a lot of Beatles timeline on my feed for some reason. For some odd reason, I don't know why the Beatles just on my feed. I don't. I never. I mean, I think it's because of their cartoon that they just keep appearing on my end. So a lot of them uh were just like, hey, remember the Beatles? Kind of my favorite, dude. My friend loves Paul McCartney. One of my previous friends, she was a very heavy, hardcore Paul McCartney fan. And so whenever we talked about the Beatles, she always is just like, oh my god, Paul McCartney, freaking love Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney is my favorite. Fucking love him so much. He's such a sweetheart. And then I had to remember, and then I think one time I was like, who? And she was like, oh, you don't know who he is? Until I actively looked him up and I realized like he's the one guy who sang Wonderful Christmas Time. I was like, oh, that Paul McCartney guy. Oh, Weezers. Yeah, Weezers is a good example of like a band who feels indie, but they're not full on indie in the sense they're an example because they still carry that. But I think they're like be hot and I'm just like Harry Beatty. I think that's how it goes. I'm just guessing. I don't know their lyrics. But I miss the era of like the bands and such where they're kind of feeling like that we'll never get it back. But yeah, I remember I intentionally wheeze when my Oshi. Is that the new Rick roll? Is being wheezed like the new Rick roll? If so, then I guess you did. Which is kind of, I guess, I don't know. Really? I had no idea. I'm not heavy on the internet enough to know that, and yet I'm somewhere on the internet to know like a bunch of other dumb things. I had no idea. I was just trying to sing the lyrics just because I was just like, oh, that's familiar. Okay. Okay, so the final thing. Oh, ads are starting in a couple minutes. In 3 minutes. All right. Okay, so before we do anything, so we gotta get rid of these two, and then that's fine. Get rid of your outline. That's fine. That's fine. That will be fine. Take that off. And take those off also. I don't want those to be like colored. And then make them all. And we gotta make them all black. There we go. I think this is the most easiest design to come up with because holy moly, everyone else was like complicated. Yeah, the last thing I think we have to do, and it's the thing I normally do, is like outline them all because I know there is a way to outline all of them. I think it's ended up. Oh well, I didn't even know there was like a Rick Roll attendant for like the Weezer bit. I was just saying shit, just saying shit. You joke. That joke's played on you. I mean, you could not have not told me it was like a Weezer thing, and I would have just carried on. All right, so uh, there we go. There we go. There they are. Look at how colorful they are. Look how awesome they look. We gotta like move a little people around for a tad bit because it's a little off centered, a little off centered. So hold on, we just gotta do a little uh, just do a bunch of little mid scale. We have to do some mid scales. We gotta do some mini scales. And before we can end it off, we always have to outline them all because that's what I normally do. So the outlining bit's gonna take the hardest part. Freaking Christ Almighty, it's gonna be hard. Okay, and then we're gonna have to move like half their names around as well because they're gonna cover up half each other. I just realized they're gonna cover. Oh my god. Okay. All right, and then okay, so we're gonna quickly go over. And I just realized, like, I mean, not that they're gonna cover each other's name, but I just doubly realized, like, they're all. It's not pretty. So we're gonna make sure everyone is covered. Control T, or at least none of them is like super full on covered. Uh, uh, Actually, can we just put it on top of the side? No, no. I feel like some weird ass spawning. Half of them are like not in sync with the other. I've just realized. I don't want the names to cover. Okay, that should be good. Roughly, that should be good. Okay, so Taze. I'm gonna have to put, I think, him slightly above so that way the font goes into play. Oh shit! Now it's gonna cover Oba. God damn it! Well, that was crazy. Yeah, I know. I know. It's 4 hours. And that's just coloring. This is the after effects. This is me just being now being a fancy little bitch and just adding some other stuff. It takes time. Imagine me doing this sitting for like if this was just me from start to end, the sketching, the lining, coloring, guesstimate that's like roughly almost 9 hours, and that's me without any breaks. That's how bad it is. That's how tedious these are. This is me drawing 4 people at once. So yeah, it is not for the faint of heart to try and draw immediately 4 people, because at the same time for like a long period, because you will get cramps. It will hurt and there is pain. Okay, so All right, now we're gonna do the final step, which is outlining. I've done this before in the past, but it takes me like a hot ass while to figure it out. So I think it's where was it? It was like outline or something. So I think it was like select the thingy. Actually, hold on. Before we finish, I'm gonna take like a mini bathroom break. Before I like finish the thingy, because I gotta really go badly. I just realized I have not had the chance to go quite yet. So let me see if the music's not gonna like buffer. If at some point, hold on, let me just start over this playlist. I didn't. It just kicked in. It just like kicked in immediately. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm back. Sorry, that took way too long. Holy moly! I'm back. I'm back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to jump scare. I'm sorry. I had to like. I was like sliding around the house. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm sorries. I'm kind of sorries. I'm 50% sorries. I am sorry though. I didn't mean to jump scare. I didn't know I was like that. Yeah, I just realized like midway, I was like, shoot. I'm like sliding around my house and everything, like trying to get to the bathroom to and fro. I'm just like, yeah, we're gonna do the final phase. We're gonna do the thing which is the thick line arting. So I did it before. I'm trying to figure out how to do it again because there's a specific way to do thick lining art. It's like outline or something. I'm trying to find it. I don't know where it's at. It's like somewhere specific. Where? It's like something specific to like outline or something. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. We're just gonna finish the thingy quickly. Oh, outline selection. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it goes. Now it makes it all much more thicker and it makes it look like it's popping. It's a simple trick, depending on your program. I like borders. Borders are my favorite. Oh, wait, accidentally got rid of Mira's name. No, trying to get them back. Oh, wait, no, I'm on still. Wrong layer. Man, if I was 50 and I was still rocking like young jeans, I would be proud of it and I will show it. Like, oh man, how old are you? And you're are you in your 70s, your 80s? Like, no, I'm in my 50s. 50s. You don't look like a day over 40. It's like, exactly. I got them jeans. I got some strong ass fucking jeans. Cousin says hi. Hello, cousin of Madre. Hope you're well. Hope you like my rambles and rants and all that good stuff. Okay, and I think that's practically all the outline sections. So put it outside, right? No, I don't think it was outside. I think it was. Oh, right. Too. I have to do a thing where I have to like erase the fucking thing. So where is it? No, that's not it. No, that wasn't it. Where was the thing? I actually don't remember where I placed it, but it was somewhere on here. There it is. You have to erase wherever the hair part comes across. Thankfully, it's not much around here since it's literally just that. And make sure we're gonna put them on the top so that way I don't forget. Yeah, I always like drawing it with like the outlining kind of going around like the body except the hair because the hair is supposed to be already thick enough. Might as well just like and it's already pre-colored. Everything else in the line outside should just be like a regular red. That's just to me. That's how I normally do it to give that more pop feel. And then reverse. And then I need an extra line just to make the border. And then we erase. This one's different since we have a tail involved, so we're gonna just erase the tail and the hair, since they're the only ones via colored outlines. Here we go. And then I have to look at my other reference just in case if I did something else with their names, because I feel like I did something else with the names. I don't know if I border them or not. Maybe? Well, I'm gonna look at other work just in case so I don't make a mistake. Da 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 da. And oh, it doesn't even say what the heck. Okay, I'm gonna check in previous one if I did something oddly specific with the lineup. Because I know I did something. I think I did like where's fan art? Here it is. I did something. I know I did something with like the lineup bit. Which one was the previous one that I did? Okay, 24. I'll look up 24 real quickly and see if I did something with the names and everything. Before we do anything, I'm going to quickly save this just for the sake of saving because I don't think it's fully done, but I just want to save it just in case if I somehow fucking get crashed or whatever. I don't want to lose this because we're technically are complete. We just want to save this if anything. So I'm being cautious. Just being cautious. There we go. All right. So I don't think I don't think I did any lineup with the previous ones. I think I just did like yeah, I think I think the last bit was just adding like little effects around, and then I think the last part was like my initials. I thought I did something with the names. I guess not. I guess not. All right. We're gonna erase this last layer since this layer will be technically now used for effects. We're gonna draw everything that is to them about their stuff in really small pen pencil. Too small, too small. There we go. So let's draw what the things around them for the things and for. So we're gonna draw a little sleepy mask for Adagio, as well as like comic books, because his whole spiel is his lore is he's a superhero. Obviously, in the name, it's the hero, and so I know in his lore he got he had like a kind of comic books being in a la panda or a la sloth. We're gonna draw like a bunch of leaves because sloth eat leaves. I mean, there's like entire. If you want to understand their lore, look at their lore videos and everything, so you can understand it. I don't want to say anything that's like not accurate because I'm not the lore master. They are. And then what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I think it was just what else? I know there's one more thing. I'm trying to remember specifically. Oh, right, the bubbles. Duh. They're supposed to represent like snot bubbles, like sleepy bubbles. Okay, so the next one, Mira, we're gonna draw a ghost, or at least the chat's representation of said the ghost. We're gonna draw like a mini version of my of the angel, like the Gabriel's angel was like, "Fear not, don't be scared of me." The giant eyes and everything. And yes, this is an angel, a biblically accurate angel, not a demon. Okay, so we gotta make sure we get like five. So one, two, three, I guess four, kind of technically. We're gonna add another ghoul. And we would do the spin the wheel, but the last time we did that, the stream crashed. So we're not gonna do it. We might do it tomorrow, or not tomorrow. The next time we do another streaming of this. Okay, so one, two, three, four, and we're gonna put in a. I know she's like a goddess of death, so we're gonna put like a cute. We're gonna put a cute little, a really cute little skull, just a happy little skull, just happy to be around because it's not like a scary death. It's like a pleasant death. It's not. It's not terrifying. It's happy. It's a good happy. It's a happy little. It's a happy. All right, now we have Tay, the fast food, Tiger fast food restaurant mascot. So we're gonna draw a burger because every restaurant has some good, delicious freaking burgers. A knife. It's a knife and a fork crossing because that's the whole spiel of restaurant thing. I'm just drawing whatever food I had from like the last time I went to like a McDonald's at this point. Like a bag of fries, burger, bag of fryers. I'm gonna draw a little persimmon. I think I deleted it. Oh man, shit. I'll put like a money sign because I think yeah, because oh no, wait, no. What else is at a restaurant? What else is at a fast food restaurant? Burgers, fries, nuggets. Where would be a good spot to put the nugs? The chicken McNuggets. Also, by the way, it's National Chicken Day, I think, something like that. So, yeah, if you like chicken nuggets, happy day to you. I didn't know it was that until someone make a post about it. I was just like, in fact, a lot of things will be based around food because I know there's breakfast. I couldn't English. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then midnight, which is like the late night feel of like everything. So this is like eggs on a pan just to reference off kind of the shirt. And then what's the last one? If French fries ever do a jump scare, it would be a surprise. Oh my god. You gotta get nice. I'm pretty sure like a national day for jokes. I don't know where, but I feel like it exists. All right, and for Mio, the exorcist ghost, we're gonna draw us a bunch of spirits. A bunch of spirits. I think we'll put like a musical note because he can sing so goddamn well. In fact, all of them can. Goddamn. Fuck. Just oh my god, it's good vocals. Let's see. I I almost want to draw. You know what? Fuck it. This is oddly specific, and if you follow him enough and know when this is gonna be an oddly specific thing, so we're gonna have to look up an actual reference on my phone for once on my phone. So we're gonna be shit, but it's oddly specific in the sense of in the sense of in the sense in how I draw. So we're just gonna go up here. So that's an ear. That's like a tuft of 1, 2, 3 hair. Like another ear, and then it goes down, and then that's like a whiskers kind of, and then whiskers over here, and then it kind of just loops around, and then it's just like the muzzle, and then the nose, and then and then the, and then the thing, and then three whiskers, and then we're gonna do like a, a little mouth and ears, and there's Tomcat. It's so oddly specific for this one. I If you're wondering why Tomcat, there's like two ways you can think about it. If you're into Mio's stream enough, there's an exact reason why I chose a cat and yet specifically Tomcat for this particular one. I have I have a reason. If you don't, if anything, so like I put a reason for there. So if he somehow clocks it in that reference immediately, and I'm just like, yes, that means I've truly have spent too much damn time in the streams. Uh, what else is needed? Okay. I think I want to put. I think what was else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I wasn't there for like his early debut stream, so I don't remember what it was there. So honestly, I'm gonna look up something. We'll do exorcist charms. EX or CIST charms, not characters. Like charms. Like what do the people use for exorcist? Oh no. What charms are used to wear off ghouls? Ghouls? That should work. Uh to wear off ghouls. So, to wear off ghouls or and exorcism. Oh boy. So salt, iron, holy water, a sacred amulet, herbal smuggles. What the frick? What the frick? What? Really? That's what's used? Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna draw like half those things. I don't believe in half those things. I think we're gonna draw uh they're all for religious based reasons. So I know they're talismans. They're talismans at best. So we're gonna draw based off of we're gonna draw like a little mini fire, at least to come for like the earring. So they're like a mini fire, like a mini that's not a fire, that looks shit. That looks like actual dog shit. And we're gonna just do a little of this and this and then this. Okay, so we're gonna draw another one of the ghoul the spirits. And I think I might want to draw a microphone because oh, oh wait, no, I think that's like enough. Okay. No, we'll draw a mic. It'll just be in betwixt to here. It'll be a crappy one, but it's a microphone. I'm just gonna say that right now. Oh, this looks like a very crappy microphone. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No one's gonna know. No one's going to know. Just make sure it looks like an actual mic. Or it looks like a flashlight, actually. No, wait, we can work this. We can work this. Flashlight. Because you gotta see in the dark with all the spooky, spooky ghosts going along. You gotta shine a little light at them. There we go. There we go. There, that kind of fits. I think I went a little too far with my little effects. Okay, the last thing we need is my signal. Is this where the signature is at? No. There it is. And there it is. And then we'll place it over here. And then just make this a slight bigger. And I think I can get rid of the yes, apply transformation. Was the other one dark with the background too, or am I tripping? No, there was no white. I think I just straight up had that like there, if anything. So I gotta really find where the original one's at. Okay, and then that's it. There it is. We finish. It took me like 4 hours to at least color this, and if we're counting the thing, so VTuber lineup, VTuber lineup 25 is bloody completed. It took me like 3 days back to back to back. We did it. We somehow did it. I mean, I somehow did it. Y'all didn't draw nothing, but I mean, you watched my journey. So when we put this in the fan art category, in the content, and then yeah, and we did it. 25 VTubers, up to 25. We was able to draw the people who were the biggest who I call Electric Boogaloo. I drew them before I technically did this. So yeah, all of them. We have Adagio, the hero. We have Kiseki Mira. We have Taehungi, and then finally Myoji-kun. All up, all here, all here. AK, I drew them technically before I did this, and now it's kind of very funny when I realizing it because I technically have drawn them all before I've done this. So yeah, that's kind of funny. But yeah, we did this. We completed the journey of this. So I'm tired as hell. This is a tiresome thing for me. I don't think we're gonna raid into anyone. My joking best bet was if any one of them were live, I was legit gonna raid into them, but they're not. So I'm not gonna. If anything, I'm gonna post this tomorrow with a time lapse and everything. So before I sleep, I'm gonna have to find like a time lapse and everything. and just watch it and just figure out which song would go through. But yeah, we did it. We got them all completed. I might have to hold on. Wait, the coloring for this bottom was like tipping me off because it's something about this is like, oh my god, something about these are tipping me off. I don't know why. It's the naming. I think it's the freaking. But they're all done. At the very least, hold on. Let me actually fix the Adagio one real quickly. It's like I don't like it. Something's irking me about it. So where the okay. I'm getting rid of this like underground little bit halo thing. It's like peeving me off because it's so okay. Okay. You're just gonna there. See. I see the actual namings of this. Oh my god, Jesus Christ! And then I'm gonna do one more checking of the other thingy just in case. And then and I think I see all the fonts kind of well. This is the fonts clarification. So yeah, we can see Adagios, we can see Miras, we can see Tays, kind of Tays. And then finally there's Mio. So I was able to at least get all of them at least legible. So let me actually save this. Let me for real save this. For real save this. So the PNG is now saved. Yes, we'll save it. And then yes, I'm aware. And then finally, lineup. File, save as the lineup. Studio. Yes, still want to save it regardless. But yeah, we did it. We full. Okay, it should now update itself. Come on. Yay! Okay, now we did it. All right. I'm tired. It's like almost 10 o'clock. It is 10 o'clock. It's like 10:30 right now for my time. So I don't know who to raid. If anything, I'm just gonna end off. I don't know when the next stream will be. If anything, the next time we will do more Jester game. We're gonna continue on with the Once Upon a Jester the next time, if I figure out the gaming stuff. But yeah, I think I've drawn a lot today, so I'm very happy. I'm very satisfied. This is very fun. Uh, but yeah, go follow the people. Yeah, follow Adagio, follow Mira, follow Tay, and follow Mio. If you haven't, they're all very cool people. They're very lovely people, and I think they're very super awesome, all talented and everything. And I'm glad I was able to find them in this sense. And they really think I'm cool. But yeah, thank you guys for joining today's stream. For this lovely little art of VTuber art number 25. Thanks, GT and Cat, Madre, Ishi, Evil, and Monkey for popping around. Yeah, thanks for the final hydration check, and the self care. Thanks for the final self hydration everything check. But yeah, we're gonna end off. We're gonna end off the stream. But thank you, GT, Cat, Madre, Ishi, Evil, and Monkey for just popping around, vibing around, and such. If you guys want to follow me for more, or for when this posts on Twitter mainly, but other socials, you can check around my social media. You can follow my Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, my Ko-fi, YouTube VODs for arts and things like this. If you want to check out my commission, you can check out my VGen. It still is open. If you want it, you can click on that link, follow me. You'll be able to see when the commissions are open. They're still open. I'm going to do more art so I can pro myself for underneath that little category. And follow my Ko-fi for updates and announcements for other things. In fact, I have a special thing I might post tomorrow. Not just this. I'm just in the middle of something else entirely different. And it's just kind of in that little way. I was fucking around with something. And so I think I might have cooked for once. I know. It's very scary, but yeah, I'm very excited. But yeah, I'm gonna find a time lapse for this, end this off, everything, and I can't wait to see what tomorrow next time is in store. So let's go to the bye screen. But yeah. Once upon a time, next time we're gonna play. We're gonna continue on Once Upon a Jester. Once more. We're gonna do more Once Upon a Jester. We might do another chatting in the future or another game. But yeah, that would be roughly it, because I'm very fucking tired. I'm really am tired. Oh, thanks for the song ending off. But yeah, there's no one to rate, so I'm sending y'all off into the ether or into the Tooniverse somewhere. So yeah, but thank you guys for joining the stream. I'll see you guys the next time. Thanks for tuning in, but it's time for this little fox to tune out for reals. But yeah, have a good rest of your day. This broadcast ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, everyone. Take care. Bye bye.